5:05, we will call the Hudsonville Public Schools Board of Education work session for October 30th to order. First up is approval of our agenda. Motion to approve. Motion to approve. To
I'll second that.
or permit. All in favor? Say yes.
Yes.
All right. Then it's approved. First up, we have recognition of visitors and hearing of people present.
I think you have the list.
I do.
Our first speaker is Gwen.
Good evening. Some people think that I'm out of place at these meetings, but for those of you who live in this community and have invested yourself in the Hudsonville Public Schools, I predict that you will continue to care about HPS throughout your lifetime, just as I do. The impetus for my involvement tonight is news that the Oregon State Board of Education has decided that Oregon high school students will no longer need to prove mastery of reading, writing, or math to graduate, citing harm to the students of color. They've driven themselves into a ditch of educational mediocrity, and they've decided they're going to stay there until at least 2029. Low expectations are not good for anyone, and the question is, will we end up abandoning competency in the name of equity? If we don't resist natural pressure that's coming from us nationally, we could. Some people want you to think that your hands are tied and nothing can be done about some of the issues that we face. It's been suggested that board members shouldn't interact with the community and that differing views are considered disloyal. We've never before had multiple families withdraw their children from HPS. We need you to lead us back to open, respectful relationships between the community and the school. We have a debilitating bus driver shortage, yet there are bus drivers who were fired during COVID that have been willing to return to HPS. We should be able to agree that COVID was a confusing time for everyone and that neither side was all right or all wrong. And yet our administration refuses to consider rehiring these drivers. Don't our families deserve every effort to restore full bus service? We were told in 2020 that the school needed to start a week early to make up for the COVID shutdown, but many are frustrated that 3 years later, you continue to undermine the Hudsonville Fair, a 90-year tradition in this community. Rather than an inefficient and inconvenient half-day schedule in one of the hottest weeks of the summer, how about resuming our standard school start and honoring the community on this one? It's not offensive that Hudsonville would occasionally run into a ditch. The key is how we respond. I'm here tonight to ask that you would lessen your defensiveness and grow in your willingness to humble yourselves and turn around when it best serves our children and families. They're the reason that the Hudsonville Public Schools exist. Thank you.
I second everything she said, especially starting early. Anyways, I find it interesting that no matter what time I sign up via the online link, I'm surprisingly near the top of the list for public comments. I heard that Dr. Vanderjack is the one who picks the order, so it does not surprise me that he chooses to begin with the critics and end with those who offer nothing but praise. I recently met with Principal Beal, head of the high school English department, the head librarian, and an assistant principal in regards to the free choice libraries that teachers have created for themselves. I suggested that a list of book title and author be provided to every parent when their student is assigned to a class that has free choice reading. I offered to volunteer my time and log each book into the system. I was told I could not do that because I was not an employee of HPS. Every book that is printed comes with an ISBN number. It would take at most a couple of days to create a list of those numbers which parents like myself could cross-reference if they cared to learn what was being offered. At this meeting, Principal Beal assured me that they wanted to be transparent, but that's not true because all of my suggestions were denied. Not one person in the meeting offered me a different solution. Seriously, nothing else was even suggested. If each teacher is proud of what they offer and teach, why are they unwilling to share with the parents of those students the materials within their classrooms? It was suggested that my morals and standards were too high for public schooling. It was also suggested that we need to have a level playing field, which she just touched on. Do we start at the bottom so that everybody is equal and level, and then those who want to do more have to bring in their own stuff? That seems upside down and backwards to me. There are literally millions of books to choose from. We can do better. As we near the end of the year and the superintendent review comes up, I hope all of the current board members would talk to parents of students at all grade levels to get their perspective concerning this administration leader. Have any of you reached out to multiple teachers? Have you contacted any parents, roommates, custodians, or other HPS employees to find out their opinions? May I remind you that you are each elected to this position as a board member to reflect the community as a whole. You are individually obligated to dutifully and accurately represent the Hudsonville community in which you serve. The board is not a place to spout your personal opinion. It should be a place of honor where you listen to each community member and then translate all that knowledge into a position for each vote. I do not think that the previous evaluation was an accurate assessment of how the Hudsonville community feels about Doug's performance. I believe it was instead a quick overview from his pals at the table. Hundreds of parents didn't show up to offer praise for Doug. We were here to comment on a teacher that thought her personal views should be shared in the classroom. Students should not know their teacher's political views, stance on abortion, if or when they go to church, who they plan to vote for in the upcoming election, etc. Teachers are hired and expected to teach the material pertaining to each class. The current admin has allowed teachers free reign within their rooms. If you talk to parents from classes that graduated before Dr. Vanderjack took over, you would see a completely different view of HPS. They asked me, how could HPS have changed so much? My answer is we brought in the wrong guy to lead HPS. I'm not judging Doug as a father, husband, churchgoer, or neighbor. I, as a taxpayer of this district, have the privilege of evaluating those my dollars employ.
All right, next up on our agenda, we have discussion items, and I just want to share that,
Yeah, so for the board, we do have some light snacks in the other room. If you get up and leave, you'll get some, and it's best that you come back. Not that there's any time, but they'll be over there. You can always take a couple minute break, we'll get something in a little bit, if that's okay. I do appreciate the board starting early so we can get through this agenda. If we get through it in an hour, it's a win. I don't know if I'm wrong on that.
I appreciate Dr. Vanderjack and Robin for giving the brief. All right, first up, our discussion items, we have our audit report.
Yes. So Joel is here from Manager Starrison. He was the senior in charge of the audit. Last Thursday, we reviewed more extensive presentation. Last Thursday, we reviewed a more extensive presentation, and this is going to be more concise for the full board presentation. We have 3 board members there, Jody and Stacy, and I would just like to, before we get into the comments, just like to thank really all of the organization, the teachers, administrators, especially people who work in central office, because compliance is tough, it's not fun, and they all work really hard to be in compliance. It's just easy to do it the other way, but we have a lot of rules that we have to follow, and steal some of Joel's thunder, but there's a slide here that talks about a clean report and no findings. And I'd just like to thank, while they're here, Jody to the right of Stacy, and Stacy Johnson to the left. They are both working in the business office, done a fantastic job, and they really do an amazing job coordinating the work papers, so when auditors come into audit, they can really audit. So take it away, Joel.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. He did steal about half of my presentation right there, but just want to say thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Joel Corson. I'm with Manager Starrison. We've been your auditor for 2 years now. So before we really get into it, just high level thank yous to the exact same people that Pat just pointed out, Stacy Johnson, Jody Martini, Pat himself, Dr. Vanderjack, all the entire admin business office team has been extremely helpful for us. An audit can go really bumpy if we get in there and they're not ready, if documents aren't prepared, if we have to reconcile accounts, for instance. So none of that really takes place at this district. The team is always ready for us when we get here, and we can really make an efficient audit. And sometimes, as I was alluding to, you can have more of a helpful audit where we're coming out and we're maybe adjusting some accounts to really get ready, and then we're auditing. Here, it's truly an audit where we come in and there's really no adjustments that we prepare. It's just looking at your numbers and making sure everything's in compliance. So you don't always see that, and that's always a good thing. So actually getting into the slide deck, so there's 3 documents that we have for you. There's a very short PowerPoint that we're going to go through tonight. Then there's the full financial statements. And if you have questions on those, feel free to jump in. But that is what we covered last Thursday in a pretty good amount of detail. And then we have a little letter at the back that's purely a compliance letter for you. So first page of the slide deck, and what I just talked about, just thank you to everybody for their involvement in the audit and then for the finance committee meeting last week. We can jump to the next slide here. In terms of your actual audit results, so we take the first 3 pages of the financial statements of the overall audit opinion. That is an unmodified opinion. That's what you should expect to see. It's the highest level of assurance that we can provide as your auditors. Then towards the back is the SEPA, your schedule of expenditures of federal awards. We also offer an opinion on that as well. That is also unmodified. Again, what you should expect to see. No findings, no modifications, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies, anything like that. You don't actually offer an opinion on these other 2 bullet points here, but you do audit your bond compliance. So we'll look at what the original bond was set up to purchase, and we'll make sure that those expenditures are in line with what that bond was designed for. And then we also look at your sinking fund as well. So sinking fund, you don't actually vote to make a list of items that you can purchase, but there are guidelines on what you can purchase set out by the MSBO and by the state. So we do look for compliance to those full requirements there. And in both cases, we didn't find anything that was unusual or shouldn't have been allowed in those bonds and in those sinking funds. In terms of your actual budget, your comparison, your financial results, this is kind of what we like to call your business office's report card. So if you're under budgeted, if you spend less than what you said you would, that's great. That means you have a positive variance. I mean, in your case, that's a $2.8 million variance. So you said you were going to spend about $1.3 million. Sorry, you're going to have a change in your fund balance of about $1.3 million. And you wound up with about a $4 million change in your fund balance, a positive change. So 2.8% positive variance, that's excellent budgeting. That's what we would expect to see. Next slide is kind of a comparison to some of the other schools in your area, in your IC. So, and then at the top we also offer the statewide comparison, as well as Ottawa IC in general. You see, all this information here is last year's information, just because we don't have 23 information on your neighboring districts yet, because the finalized or the deadline's coming up here 2 days from now. So we look at last year's when we compare it to your current operations from 23. You're about 23.6% fund balance to expenditures. That's what we compare districts to district. That ratio, we want to see anything greater than 15% is considered good. If you're below that, it just means generally you have to borrow to make your operations right around the September, October time frame. So 23.6% is excellent.
Can I just clarify one thing? When you say the October, September timeframe, we don't get our first state aid payment until October. And since we start school before then, we pay our staff before then, so it's making payments the end of August, September, and then we get our first state aid payment.
Yeah, great clarification. There's about 6 weeks there where there's no funding at all coming through the door. I guess technically 8 weeks, but you start to have those payrolls hit, and you need that bridge basically to make ends meet. Next slide is your single audit. Again, I alluded to an unmodified opinion there. You have a total of about $6.2 million of expenditures. Of that, we audited about 62%. The program we looked at was ESSER. You're probably aware it's been a pretty hot topic item the last couple of years. You spent about just over $3 million of those funds, and there's a lot more funding that's coming down the pike that you're going to have to spend over the next well, actually, as of right now, about 12 months. But As of 6/30/2023, it's about 15 months left to spend those funds. On the last page, we have the additional documents, kind of a catch-all. The first thing on there is your governance letter. I alluded to that earlier. It's I think it's 2 or 3 pages stapled that we provided to you. This is cookie cutter, boilerplate as it gets, really no modifications. If we had unadjusted changes, or if we had significant adjustments, or if we had disagreements with management, opinion shopping, there's a whole long list of things. If anything like that existed, it would all be disclosed in there, but again, that's a boilerplate letter. So really nothing of that nature that you should be concerned about. The last item on there is something that doesn't exist. We have a management letter listed there. If we had significant internal control issues, that's where we would document those and provide it to the board. There's nothing of that nature, so you don't see that letter, which is what you want to not see in this case. That being said, that's the last document of actual, or the last page of the document of actual content. So if there's any questions, feel free. We did go through this very quickly. As again, we spent about 90 minutes last Thursday. Look at financial statements in detail, and the gentlemen over here that were involved in that meeting were all very engaged, and we had a lot of good conversation around it. So anything else on top of that? Questions? Yeah?
This is, I think, more a question for Dr. Vanderjack and Pat. You made reference to the for funds and if it's, do you have a plan in place to spend all of that money, or you don't need any of that on the table? Do you have a plan?
So, yes, it's hard.
Okay.
Thanks, so it's hard. The curriculum office is working really hard. I'd say staff are working hard. It's not easy, but as soon as we have a vacancy and gets us a replacement. I mean, it's hard, but the reason I say it's hard 7 times right there is because we got the 11T funding instead of the normal ESSER funding, which upped the requirements significantly. The districts that, or 11T districts like Hudsonville, were districts that had a lower free and reduced lunch count. And my political opinion or advertisement on this is that all kids, the pandemic didn't care if you were free and reduced lunch or what your situation was. But because Hudsonville had less free and reduced lunch students, there were additional requirements as we received our funds. So that's the long, the short is we are on track to make it.
The answer is yes. We have, there's different stipulations, there's different amounts, there's different areas that we can spend it on versus the different extra dollars. There's so many different grant dollars that we received from a state source that we are making sure we not only meet timelines, but we request those funds, we go through it. Amy and her team, Pat and his team, work really hard to tell Ann who to hire. So that's kind of paraphrase. But yes. We did ask for an extension on those. We pushed hard with our federal standpoint. This is a federal stipulation by getting this spent by October of 2020 or September of 2024. But they were like, "Don't get it done," so we get it done. Only because we've had this conversation before. We know that there are students that still have not returned to school, and when they do, there's not going to be learning loss. There are going to be learning gaps. And we're trying to, and our staff will meet our kids where they're at. However, there could be significant gaps for a student that might not have been in school for 18 months to 3 years. So.
Anything else? Yes.
Or the auditor?
I would just comment, with all the moving pieces, we talked about extra funds and other moving pieces going on over the last year, just a very smooth and well-done audit. And a big thank you obviously to Pat and Julie and Stacy for that, and the whole team, because everybody participates. But really well done, and really smooth, and I really appreciate the relationship that we have with you as an audit firm, so that we can reach out during the year, we can evaluate different situations, and make sure we don't get surprised at the end of the year when the audit occurs. That's we iron a lot of this stuff out. So it's just a really nice job, everybody. All the way. One of the smoothest and most, not most thorough, but all thorough, but Just one of the best ones I've seen in my time. Just well done.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ken, and we did talk about that last Thursday, and most people weren't here. We do view it as a partnership where we don't want to come out at year end with having no knowledge of what happened in the district for 12 months, and all of a sudden there's a lot of issues that we could have headed off 6 months prior. So we certainly echo that opinion.
Any questions? I want to thank Ken, Andy, and Greg for sitting on the finance committee and doing this audit. All right. Very good, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next up is our SOAR V Draft.
So I want to thank our administrative team. I want to thank our community, our staff, our students for their input that allowed us. I want to thank our board for spending a couple days with us diving into this data. So as you recall, last winter, we had a series of focus groups that helped determine some topics. Then the board got to look at some of those topics and what we could add in the survey. And then we put it all together in 3 different surveys. We illustrated the survey. And then over the summer, we got to dive into the data. So diving into the data, the board had a chance to work on different subgroups. Our administrative team were broken up into subgroups that were led by Jordan Beal and Rebecca Fabiano with their co-curricular. Amy was curriculum. You had Ann that was working with human resources, Mandy with special services, and then Pat with building, site, and finance. So had a chance to spend a lot of time, as you can maybe recall, maybe it was 2 days of your life, or like that was a lot, but had a chance to really have some good conversations. So out of those conversations came a draft of our plan. And one thing that you'll probably notice that's a little bit unique to this time versus those that were here 3 years ago is we actually then took the data, and so you can see where that data comes from when the goal was drafted. This is not, this is a draft. The first reading will come to the board in November, and then we'll ask for a second reading and approval at the December meeting for it to go into effect January 1 of 2024. So please ask questions, seek clarification, anything we can do to put this document into a really robust, sound document to give us plans for moving forward the next 3, 5, who knows. Also, please keep in mind that just because something might be in the plan or not in the plan doesn't mean that we don't have to still work on it. COVID was not in our last strategic plan, but we had no choice but to respond. So things like that could happen. So please take a look, ask questions. I'm going to ask each group to kind of talk about their process and what they did to get to where they are, and then quickly go through, if not all the goals. You see them in front of you. There's a link at the top that takes you to the supporting data for that. You should have all the information that you need. I also understand that you didn't get this until Friday of last week, and you might not have had a weekend to simply dive into this. So there's more time. The November meeting will be when we have an opportunity to have our first meeting. And again, questions will come out of that. So I'm going to start with Mr. DeWitt. That's what we'll start with.
Yeah, real quick, could you just, for all of us, just define short-term and long-term?
Sure. So we look at short-term as goals that we want to try to dive into. I'll say ASAP. I would say 6 to 12 months. And it could be a year to 2 to accomplish the goal. But please also understand that if there's a goal on there, and our idea of accomplishing it changes something to the district, it still has to come to the board for approval. So, for example, there's one on there that I know Pat's gonna, it's low hanging fruit. It's air conditioning, right? It's a conversation about HVAC and air conditioning. If the committee comes out and says, yeah, we want to do this, it still has to be action by the board before we do anything. So that we look at maybe 1 to 2 years with short term. We maybe look at 2 to 3 years or more with long term. And then ongoing goals, maybe something that we build a foundation on that we continue to work on regardless of timeline.
Yep.
And there could be things that, studying district growth is probably an ongoing goal because it has been close. We'll talk about that later. Thank you. Any other questions before we begin?
Is this designed to be 3 years?
Yes. Yes. And so it's, for me, it's a 2-year cycle because when 2 years is up, we start the cycle over again. But yes, it's a 3-year plan that we have the board to approve. Unless you want to make it 5, but that's what our recommendation would be for 3. Go ahead. Please.
So what you will notice in my particular goals is that there are short-term, long-term, and ongoing, like you just described. Under each of the goal areas, as Dr. Vanderjack mentioned, there are kind of 4 categories of data that you see listed there that the team back in August took a look at. We took a look at the staff data, student data, parents' data, and then administrators spent some time after reviewing all of the goals that were created by each of the groups during that session, really prioritizing, okay, within curriculum and instruction, what would we say are those priorities? So you'll see data linked in each of those areas for staff, students, parents, and administrators. So that's kind of just getting our feet wet in kind of the pattern of all what you'll see before you. In the short-term area, you'll notice that there's some particular themes that kind of carry over into short-term and long-term. One of the themes is really around expanding opportunities for students to explore college and career pathways. That's goal number 2 that you'll see. You'll also notice a goal in long-term that talks about enhancing elective opportunities focused on career pathways. So there's similarities there, so I thought I would just elevate that particular goal area. Really under expanding the opportunities for students to explore college and career pathways, which is the short term, that really speaks to really developing that systematic approach to K-12, taking a look at what those opportunities look like throughout the grades, where the long term is very specific to the electives. At the middle school level, there was data that suggested we didn't want that one to get lost. So it could be nestled under that short-term goal, but we felt like that was something that we didn't want to get lost, so we wanted to elevate that. That would have been goal number 5 under long-term that I'm making that connection around. And that is, we talked a little bit about this, kind of, I think you asked a question in our last board meeting or work session around elective offerings at the middle school level. And that was part of a goal from SOAR 3 that really expanded a lot of those elective offerings. And so what this goal is saying is, let's really do some intentional planning around how that ties to the short-term goal of taking a view from a systematic approach, but then drilling down specifically to say, here are some elective offerings at the middle school level that really tie to some career pathways, or yes, some of those job-embedded types of opportunities for students at that beginning at the middle school level. Under short term, you also see that goal number 1 on there is really around increasing awareness and training for staff, students, and parents around discrimination, harassment, and bullying. So those 4 categories of data from staff, students, parents, administrators suggested that that was something that we needed to pay attention to. We also saw a fair amount of data around parent communication. That's goal number 3 under short term. Regarding math and reading standards and research-based instructional practices, really doing a better job of coming alongside parents to say, this is how we're teaching math, and yes, it is different than when we were in school as parents, and trying to bridge that gap between how do I help my student today learn something that I learned very differently, and so doing some intentional work around that. We also had expanding alternative paths to graduation. This really is that overarching perspective, and the data is quite clear that our stakeholders would like us to pay attention to this and ensure that we're really meeting all students where they're at with their pathway to graduation. This speaks to the pilot that we have going with alternate high school opportunities, but really it's just what might else we need to be paying attention to ensure that we can take care of our kids here in Hudsonville in whatever ways that we need to ensure they get that high school diploma. And then finally, that evaluate world language opportunities for pre-K-12. There was some survey data there that really spoke to high interest of students around sign language, as well as some interest from parents for us to explore what language opportunities might look like beginning, even in the elementary school, some of that data was there. So wanting to do some things intentionally, that was on the SOAR 4 plan as a goal, but I think that that data continues to suggest a couple of things. One, we may need to investigate further, and number two, ensure that we're communicating out the outcomes of that particular goal. Underneath our long-term goals, you'll see some themes now start to emerge under long-term, really around opportunities for struggling students, but also increased opportunities and exploration for advanced learners. And so trying to hold both of those pieces, again, to lean into what programming do we have to support all learners' progress forward. Already spoke around the increased opportunities for students. Oh, excuse me, no I didn't. I increased opportunities for all students to learn study and life preparedness skills. There was some significant data around that. We don't know what that might look like. It's in goal form right now, but we had some data that suggested this is something that our stakeholders would like us to pay attention to, and I think that is worth diving into and figuring out what that might look like. We discussed the elective opportunities, and the one that I would draw back to is really analyzing the use of our instructional coaches. There seems to be some data that suggests people would like more access to instructional coaching support, but there was also some data there that said, no, I think we're good. And so I think that there was enough data there that says, let's dive into this a little bit further, maybe even revisit some of what that might look like. There's a quote that comes to my mind as I'm talking about that right now, but the idea that when adults learn more, kids learn more, and our instructional coaching staff has really quite a positive reputation of coming alongside teachers and helping them grow, whether they're a new teacher or a veteran teacher. In education, we need to stay up on all of the important research-based best practices, and that's really where that instructional coaching comes in. A theme that you'll notice then as I move into ongoing is really that's where you'll see a lot of the systems work emerging. Certainly the last few years, there's been a fair amount of systems work around multi-tiered systems of support, as well as professional learning communities being that overarching umbrella, if you will. An additional piece of that would be really centering around district improvement. We had our first district improvement meetings last year. Our district has only had district improvement committees at the building level in the past. And so trying to expand that district improvement system, if you will, to ensure all stakeholders have a voice in moving forward, but that we're also very strategic about the data we're using to measure our program effectiveness. And then the final one under ongoing that I would draw your attention to is just really the study and implementation of instructional technology plans to address the impact of AI, artificial intelligence, and the impact that that will have on staff, students, and parents. And I envision that that will be ongoing, although it's in infancy stages right now. We've got to get ahead of it, and then we have to ensure that we have systems to respond to it, not only for safety, but also to just lean into all the opportunities that are there as we send our kids out into the world. That's going to be part of our new reality.
Ken, did you serve on the curriculum? You were in the
He
curriculum?
was.
Has any thoughts from that group? Sorry, I'm going to call you out.
Yeah, this is quite consistent with, I mean, as I look back at my notes, I was scribbling as we were talking, and our whole discussions. This is quite consistent with what we talked about, and the data that we reviewed and the information that we reviewed. So, no specific, again, a lot of continuity, a lot of consistency there. So,
any questions from the board on things, seeking clarification or ideas, thoughts?
I had one quick question. So under short term, you expand alternative paths for graduation. The verb there is expand. We've already explored it, sort of, right? And the board, I think, discussed that. Should that be more home focus to lay out kind of what the plan is or what the path forward is, rather than, maybe it's intentionally vague, I don't know, just curious if
Can I just say, when you think about expand alternate, you're thinking of alternate education. This could be multiple paths. It doesn't mean the path that we've already started to dive into a little bit.
Okay.
There could be other paths that don't go down that line. It could be an online path to graduation. It could be accelerated line to graduation. They could talk about the multiple, whether it's quarters, semesters, trying to build, there's a lot there more than just an alternative education. So that's why it's great.
So it's intentionally broad.
And
Okay.
and
That makes
thanks for asking, and if sometimes your questions might promote an opportunity for us to change language, so I think we welcome those questions, because if you have that question, we want our community to also understand what that might mean. So,
And then the only other comment is the increased opportunities for all students to learn and study. And that's learn and study life and prepared skills, and also the last one there, enhanced selective opportunities, post-secondary career pathways. It's one of the reasons I love doing summer science, frankly, is because, as a science geek, I get to talk to these kids about what a career in science would look like, right? And kind of connecting those dots. So I love that goal. I think that's really great. And I think there's a hunger out there for more students, I think, to have opportunities to kind of make those connections.
I agree. Yeah, super exciting.
What's the difference between under short-term expand opportunities for students to explore college and career pathways and go long-term to enhance elective opportunities?
I think
Focused on career.
I think that's a good question. I think that from my perspective, the short-term goal is really focused on that systematic approach of K-12. How are we building a system starting in elementary school? There's some legislation that we really have to have programming, and we do, but it's just not systematic for all fourth graders to have this type of opportunity, all eighth graders to have this type of opportunity. So that speaks more to the systematic approach to that, and really under long-term, that is specific to middle school elective offerings. Again, I didn't want that one to get lost because that was some data that we needed to pay attention to. But if you think that may create continued confusion, we can figure out how to reword that so that might be more clear.
Thank you for the detailed table with the stats and all that's really, really helpful.
Our team, when we met after August and reviewed, they even said, this is going to be great because it's going to help us keep very focused on exactly what the stakeholders said and keep us focused on then what do the next steps look like based on that data. So thanks for that feedback too.
One quick question. Two of the limitations of anything like this are the questions that we ask and the people that answer them. And what I'm trying to say, are we missing anything in terms of a canon of subjects that we should be covering as a district?
I don't believe so. I think that
That's a broader question to the entire process than just curriculum.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and I think, I think that's where, the focus group's really trying to see what comments come up. And then, to be honest, I think a lot of you dive into those open-ended comments. Because the open-ended comments, there's no question around that, it's just people giving. So those are things that I know I spend a lot of time reading comments, and a lot of groups spend a lot of time reading comments. So there are always topics that never came out until you read the comment and the response to the survey. There are always topics that will not be a part of this, and we didn't even have an opportunity to ask people about artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
But we don't have a choice. We have to embrace that. It's coming up.
And I appreciate that. My question is probably even broader than that. If you go back in history to Socrates or other philosophers, they've had systems of education. Even if you go back to when I was in school, I was forced to study Latin. Are we missing anything historically that ought to be here? Because I think that we can ask the questions based on what we know. I can answer the questions as a taker of the survey based on what I know. But is there any canon, any curriculum that we're missing here at all?
I think there are always topics that come to us after this process is in place.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use an example of cursive. That topic does come up about writing in cursive.
Mm-hmm.
And there's legislation that there might be, you have to require it again. I mean, there are kids, I know one that currently is in college that doesn't sign his name real well because cursive is never functional. So there are topics that we will not be able to put into a plan no matter how we do that. But I think as a board, as an administrative team, we hear those and we still have cast those driving questions about what are we doing about X, Y, and Z.
Mark, just so I'm understanding you,
Are you thinking like historical, or are you thinking more like, hey, we should be like bold thinking forward, like, hey, should we be on the leading
Yes.
edge of something?
Yeah, actually, yes.
That's the way I'm hearing it.
Are we missing anything? Looking back, looking forward, are we missing anything about being or not? It's not an easy question to answer, maybe it deserves some thought here. I don't want to be bound by a survey or by the answers to the survey if there's something that ought to be in the brains of our kids.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Well, we will not, this is not our only roadmap,
Yeah, I
but this
understand that.
does give direction when there are things,
Yeah, I understand.
not that we ignore all the other noise, but there will be topics, like I said, COVID was not, we had to, and artificial intelligence, we want, but there's other things that will come up the next maybe week or 6 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's a good exercise to think that way sometimes. Again, we're so focused on the data. Like, what do we not know? Like, let's use this as an opportunity every 3 years to step back and say, hey, well, white sheet of paper here, what could we do?
Unfortunately, sorry.
I just want to put guardrails that we can't think outside that, to what we ought to be thinking from the past is worthwhile, or from the future that is worthwhile.
Right.
But anyway, that's all I can say about it.
There are, the good thing is, there was a large number of responses. So we had a collective group of, a couple thousand that answered overall between students, staff. So we do get a wide range of opinions, some that are thinking outside the box, and others that are fully in line with everything we're talking here, so we want to entertain all that.
Just a quick observation comment. It is interesting when I think about the SOAR 4 goals before, and when you see the interplay of what COVID sort of forced us to accelerate. For instance, I know we've always had the goals of helping struggling students and searching things out for advanced students, but COVID had really forced us to exponentially increase our support systems, including MTSS, and all of those things. And so I think it's again a diagram of we have these goals, but things that are outside of our control might push the goal a little bit faster, a little bit further than what we ever intended. And I do appreciate the fact that you're still keeping that on, because we can always improve in that. And so it's sort of to Mark's point about thinking ahead and not just thinking that the whole thing that came up on career pathways, we always think of it necessarily as more of a basic academic curriculum, but I know some of the staff also talk a little bit about the trades. And when you think about what's happened in the last 3 years and how the trades have really decreased in the number of people, I see that as one of those things that might accelerate faster than what we expected, but it's still a broader goal to say, let's be aware of those advanced opportunities, even if it might not look like what advanced academically meant. Absolutely. And thinking outside of the box with some of those components of programming, there's some real exciting opportunities, I think, that lie ahead for expanding some of that. I think the other piece that our multi-tier systems will support not only the struggling learners, but as you mentioned, John, we have more data now around students and some intentional systems to say, how is Jordan doing? How is Amy doing? And so I think that is also elevating that conversation around, gosh, Jordan and Amy are doing really well. What else might we do for them within our multi-tier systems of support to ensure that they are also growing 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. So, thank you.
Again, if you go home next week, please, we want to bring you a document for the first reading that you're like, this, we got the plan off the ground, it looks good. Not that it's final, but please reach out.
We'll have first reading, we can have another discussion.
We won't have another work session for discussion, but we'll have discussion at the first reading.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a motion to approve the first reading and second, then there'll be discussion.
Okay.
But in the meantime, if you have questions, we'd like to, whether it's we talked about the short-term number 2 and long-term number 5, do we want to try to clean that up so it makes sense to, we want the parent that comes in and says, what's the district working on, to grab this plan off the shelf and say, okay, this is what the district's talking about.
One of the concerns that I have goes back to a pragmatic standpoint of finances going down the road. Where are we going to be at 2 or 3 or 5 years from now? And We've got all this extra staff right now to be able to pour into these kids. But we're also gonna have to take a look at, okay, what do we have alternative ways to reach the same end point with less resources? And that's, that's outside of everybody in this room is gonna determine what our resources are, but I'm still somewhat
A lot of variables there.
apprehensive.
We have those discussions, we have
Yeah.
a lot of them today.
Yeah.
We do, those
Right.
are big discussions. Eventually, those discussions come to the board and say, here's the direction, whether it's what funding runs out and what programs we need to continue, what programs we want to continue. There's a lot of those pieces. And there's federal dollars, there's state dollars, there's other grants out there. And we're grabbing what we can, but making sure we're very intentional about programming, because there's a lot of layers from academic to social to behavioral. There's just a lot.
I think to Mark's point, being bold, right? Laying out a plan, having these goals in front of us, and if there's things that happen that are outside of our control, right? We'll work through it. But I do like the idea of, and the next point too, making sure that we're, thinking outside the box with some of these things, and not letting the financial side of things limit us, at least to our setting goals.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we can do that are not financially
Right.
driven. We've got a very dedicated, intelligent staff to think outside the box. Sometimes a little bit too outside the box. I love it. Bleeding edge is different than cutting edge. So I'd like to move on. Amy did a very nice job outlining how this all together. I know we answered some broad questions about the plan, not because I want to get it done quickly, but we'll probably speed it up a little bit because you understand the process that went through. If it's okay, we switch to co-curricular so that we can try to get Mr. Beal to his daughter's volleyball meeting. So, and it was not worth his counterpart, Rebecca Saviano, coming back from a vacation with her mother at Disney World. So Jordan had his own tonight, but he did a great job to run through co-curricular.
Yeah, it's a little different than the curricular side of things, but if I look through our goals and I think about the meetings we've had, and just so you know, Rebecca Fabiano also being the person in charge of organizing all of our community education offerings, makes sense that she's on this committee as well, but all of the athletic directors, the two new part-time athletic directors at the middle school, and then Ben and Casey at the high school were on this committee as well. And then who else? I think this has been Sovereign from the ACC, and then we got to work with Mr. Davis when we looked through the data, and a lot of what we kind of narrowed things down to bring back to the team to decide on priority really can be focused through the lens of increasing opportunity as I look through all of these different levels of goals. Often, and as someone who's been around the community for a long time, there was a bit of trepidation in how quickly we've grown. And back in the days when there was discussion about potentially 2 high schools, which we've now obviously not gone down that road, there's still people that lament the fact that there's only 5 starters on the basketball team, or only 1 starting quarterback, or what have you. But not everyone needs to be or gets the opportunity to be on the varsity team, and that's okay. And what we've done, I think, so far and are looking to continue to do is increase different opportunities that maybe didn't even exist. So as you look through kind of these goals for short term, you see the first one there is increased options for intramural offerings to meet needs and interests of students at all levels, with the opening of some new facilities. Including at the high school, we have some opportunity to bring back some intramural offerings that we had, so we're kind of excited to go down that road and explore that as an option for kids to just get involved in something at school. Analyzing current CTE data, this is similar to something Amy brought up, to expand opportunities at the high school level, and to Dawn's point about the trades, and having students have those opportunities is very important, and we're already doing some work around this goal and have been. And then next, we saw some data and some survey comments around increasing co-curricular needs of students with special needs, to see where we can expand opportunities for them too. I think we do a great day for our Special Olympics basketball, just as an anecdotal piece at the high school, but can we do that throughout the year? It doesn't have to be maybe as big as that fun single day, and those of you that have been there know what I'm talking about, but can we increase opportunities for students with special needs throughout the year in other areas as well? Moving to long-term goals, expanding district's current communication practice about co-curricular. There were some comments and some survey results that said people maybe didn't know, the breadth and all the opportunities, the various opportunities that we offer. So we thought that was a good goal and made that a priority even as a overall administrative team. Next, we talked about, and this sort of goes to some of the learning gaps that have been discussed potentially from COVID, but evaluating the need and providing for summer programming and tutoring to non-qualifying students, and we've used some of those 11T dollars for programming in the past, so looking at how we expand that for all students that may need it. Next, developing a structure to expand athletic opportunities at middle and high school level. Again, those were directly taken from some of the survey results and comments from the source survey. So that's kind of what the short and long-term goals are. When we get into ongoing, it's more about things that we have been and that we think we'll just continue to do. So again, looking at our needs for all weather spaces, that's something that always, and I know if Mrs. Fabiano over here, she would talk all about how that's a challenge for her to get all the programming done with the buildings and facilities that we have. But there are still needs in that area. And then identifying extracurricular club interests among students, maybe things that talk about being cutting edge, things that didn't exist. It just makes me think of what started as a video game club and now is esports, and that is growing substantially, and we even have a space at the high school that's going to be under construction to increase that, so we can actually host it here. Right now, our team sort of competes at home, but they meet together, and that has grown exponentially. Where kids can even get scholarships for esports to college, which is kind of crazy to think about, but that's real, and we want to provide that opportunity for students. And then we saw some data, some comments, especially about peer mentoring, and anytime we can utilize student leaders to, in that regard, we thought that was important too, and that made the cut. So these were kind of difficult conversations in how do we organize these, but I think the group did a nice job in sort of narrowing it down. Any questions about that? I'll through pretty quickly. Mr. Davis, does that seem familiar from when we spoke? We worked on this.
Just an overarching comment, I think we ran into this last year too, not specifically for your group.
Yeah.
Making sure anytime we're using an acronym, we provide what that acronym means somewhere on the SOAR goal, because
Right. We
the
say
average person does not know what SDSS is.
Or CCD, we say CCD a lot.
Why not have specific topics that are only for us? Because you come from the area of the state, I feel like, what does that mean? We try to
Jordan, I was happy to see the short-term goal to study the co-curricular needs of students with special needs. It was been such success with the Eagle Claw program.
Yeah.
And just watching those kids, their faces just lit up.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
And that was very much driven by Craig just seeing this somewhere else and saying, can we do that? And all I had to do was say yes. It was great. So he did a very nice job, and they'll be at the HF Gala a week from tonight. It's great.
You know, in those cases, it's not just the kids with special needs who are being helped, but the kids who are helping them.
100%.
I think it's a more dramatic help in their life and being able to do that, experience it.
And as we talk about it, it probably is more impactful on us too.
Mm-hmm.
Two things real quick. I know we're just beginning the process of making more robust middle school offerings and all that, but maybe long-term, we look at elementary level too, just thinking about the child as a whole. If we can get kids involved in something outside of the classroom in first or second grade, maybe that's something we could strive for. And then, is there any thought to using our facilities for the community? Like I know There's a lot of logistics probably that go into it. We got some beautiful facilities and.
We do have, the facilities are open to the community to rent. Depends on the program, what that looks like.
Yeah, I know the pool, there's open swim times and all that. I drive through Jensen, they promote it a little bit more. I look at like, Jensen's Field House, they actually open up the track in the wintertime for.
We are talking about that, we'd like to finish it first.
Yeah.
We are a little bit anxious of a brand new facility. As you know, the 5-6 building has pickleball indoors, right? And it's only a matter of time before that's not just for 5th and 6th graders in that building. But we also want to at least get to the punch list before.
Sure, yeah. Again, not short term, not 6 as well.
We definitely believe that these are still, this community help support these issues. We want to give them opportunity.
Awesome.
Just our practice the way here. Just gives us time because it just takes a while to get everything running smoothly.
They're gonna be great, we wanna show them off, we wanna share them, so I totally get it.
I know Rebecca's not here, but she's constantly turning people away that want to use their facilities. And so I think sometimes the idea of opening it up more, it's encouraged, she's super excited about it, but I can just tell you that and she's very, very good at keeping it, our Hudsonville kids, our Hudsonville community, okay, now let other people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I do think the short term, I remember the conversation, I wasn't in the room the whole time, but I know there's a lot of conversation about elementary and maybe intramural type feelings. So I think that short term goal number 1 helps address that at all levels, or does have some elementary feel to it.
Right.
Whether it's a Lego club, whether it's the theater, what do they call it?
Broadway boot camp.
Broadway boot camp, you know, all the stuff that comes in our summer programming. 2 weeks take those off.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I had a first grade grandson who was in the Lego club, and that was the most exciting part of his week. And then, as you left Georgetown Elementary and that complex around there were like 500 football teams practicing, it was hard to get. So even though they're not maybe being sponsored by the school, they're using our properties and our facilities and stuff, and I think that's all.
And in the minute we add one more, they'll be using that also. Anything else for George?
Thanks, sir. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Let's pop back up. I believe next is.
So, the interesting thing about the human resource goals is, I just want to point out, especially for the newer board members, we're looking at the same exact data, that everybody was, but we're looking at it through the eye of staffing, in the eye of recruitment, in the eye of legal policy and contractual policy. We're taking all the things that Amy just very beautifully talked about, but at the same time, we're looking at creating goals that would then impact more the staff than the kids, but obviously that impacts the kids. So just a little different eye on all the exact same data that you're going to hear Amy talk about and me and you talk about and that. So a couple things that really stood out to our group, and Dawn was my board member in my group, so thank you very much, she did amazing work. But we were the 2 ladies in our
And there was 3 out of the 6 guys were bald.
yeah.
What's the deal here?
She said that, I did not.
I'm sorry, John.
Never say such a thing. She's not, you're not an employee, so it's fine. Anyway, so I think that, we looked at staffing, placement, foreseeing issues and potential for staff, kind of going along with what Mark had kind of said about like going forward and trying to see the future. We talk about professional development within our support staff. We do a lot of professional development of our support staff when they're onboarded, but as you know, things come up and we change within your tenure of employment here, and so we try to make sure that we're looking at it through that view as well. And then what about recruitment for programming and development of current staff for the possible potential programming? So just kind of, as you look at those
at all of our goals, I just kind of wanted you to look at it through that eye instead of through a curricular eye or a special services eye. So what really stood out to us when we were going through data, and you're going to see a lot of these goals kind of intertwine in a lot of the data that we use to support the goals intertwines, is when you look at discipline, mental health, staff wellness, a lot of that goes around kind of the same concerns that we saw. And one of the things that, when I look at my role of legal interpretation, policy interpretation, and contractual, not really interpretation, but kind of like we're the executives of all that, we're looking at systems and processes. So, let's evaluate the processes K-12 to address the consistency in behavior, response, and discipline in order to determine appropriate levels of staffing. Because one of the things that we had long talks about was if we're reading comments verbatim or we're looking at data that talks about people's concerns, and the word consistency came up a lot. Consistency on transportation, consistency in the buildings, consistency in the classroom. There's so many whys, and I think that we need to look at that, like what is the root cause? Is it because people aren't responding fast enough? Is it because that people are overtaxed and they can't get back to that email or that phone call because I'm driving the bus and now I gotta call like 20 different people? Is it because of a lack of mental health staff? You saw that there's a goal there within that talks about evaluating and identifying the needs for expansion within building staff for mental health services. Is that a reason for discipline concerns, behavior concerns? I think one of the really, like I'm ready to get my teeth into it goals is under ongoing is develop wellness practices for adults who encounter or handle difficult situations during the school day. That's something that you look at the data and the feedback, sometimes the kid has de-escalated from the situation, but maybe the adults haven't, so the student is getting sent back to the classroom because we don't want them to miss their math practices. But then the adult that was handling the situation, they still might be escalated. And so it seems too soon for them. It seems, oh, you're not handling it, you're not, you know what I mean? And so, that's is that a why? I don't know. So I think that some of the things that we're looking at within the goals, you'll see I evaluate, identify, develop. It's really because we want to really dig into those systems and processes and see if we can do better with those before we just throw more people at it as well. And that kind of speaks to the money issue. We have to create a system and process that we can afford as well. And we want to put the money where we really need it. So, other than that, we too, we saw the same data about alternative or, alternative education pathways. So to me, that immediately speaks to, are there teachers out there that could actually teach the trades? Are there teachers out there that the state of Michigan will say, yep, you're allowed to teach X so kids can get Y? And, that's the challenge. So, nightly I'm asking somebody that I'm very close to if he wants to be a woodshop teacher. So those are the things that I think that we need to look at because it'd be very hard to pull a professional that's, making very good money from their electrician job and to say, hey, you want to come be a first year teacher? That's not going to happen. And so I think that when I look at those grow your in-house options for students within career and technology exploration courses, that's a long-term goal. I'm really thinking about what are the ways that committee, that group of staff that we're working on that goal, how are we going to make that happen uniquely? Because it's going to have to, you're not going to leave your job to come in and do this, but maybe your job, we can work out something that kids are going to use to get a good thing, and then you're going to be able to come and teach us. So I feel like there's just a lot of really he ties in with our goals, and I thought our group was really, they were all in with this. And I feel like the processes came up again and again and again. Would you agree? Yeah.
And knowing that the staffing for these great programs is an issue you're dealing with all the time, so keep it in mind.
Yep.
That we want to work towards this, but obviously that's an overarching challenge.
Yes, for sure.
Any questions for HR?
So if you had a good woodshop people you want to hire,
Mhm.
are there certification issues that these
Yes.
guys jump through?
Yeah, the nice thing is that there are different certifications that the state of Michigan allows, that it's not even a certification, it's a permit, that we can get for people that are professionals in the field.
Okay.
So honestly, the last like 3 or 4 like CAD people that I hired, not here, but in my former district, were some of them retired, you know,
That's good.
and that's how you get them. So, yeah, I keep looking at, you know, are you sure your back's okay? I feel like your back's not good. You want to come and teach with kids?
You joke about that, but that's the first thing I was thinking of. But how does somebody in the trades even know that that's an option?
Well, Ian Armstrong's out there telling them.
You're one person.
No, but you know, in all honesty, you and I, yeah, I mean, it's not just me. I know I'm really great, but we're all doing it. But, you know, you and I were talking the other day about like the Michigan, you know, the West Michigan Collaborative or Come Together, and they aren't putting these in those programs yet. And so that's something I know that we've been talking a
We're
lot
focusing
about.
on quite a few areas that we have right now an abundance of teachers.
Yeah,
We
of
need to
course.
start looking at these ones that know. And not every district has a woodshop class, so they don't have, but.
But there's,
It's my son's favorite right now. He wants to be a builder because of his woodshop class at Ivan. It's like,
wait till he takes the tour of Holland Bowl Mill and he sees Mark
Oh,
Armstrong
That's right.
turning, and he'll want to start turning.
well, that got me out. The whole career, the curriculum, that's what they say. I'll get on it later, but no, there's a lot of opportunities there.
Yeah.
I think our community as well, so that gets back to some of that innovation, right? I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to capitalize on our supportive community and the industries in Hudsonville
Agreed.
for work-based learning opportunities, and there's lots of excitement.
It's
around
very
that.
exciting.
What's the fourth goal in your short term? I wasn't quite sure where we were going. It seems a little vague.
Oh, I think that, I mean, I'll be very frank. When we were going through the data, there's a lot of data, and it's linked in there, that comes up with unsatisfaction between like what is being said, but versus the reality. You know, be it, you know, data with the board, communication with staff, you know. I mean, Dawn, you want to, data with us?
It was interesting because that was sort of the impetus in looking at those statistics and talking with them in a group for me to ask Barb to have on our agenda last month. Looking at our code of conduct, looking at what the board can do. Because in some respects, some of the HR people hit on the right thing in that some of that may be something that they could explore to make sure that the channels are appropriately directed, but it's probably more of the onus on the board to make goals for themselves. And so in talking about this goal, part of it was to acknowledge a lot of the data that came out in the staff survey, and I think I had shared with most of you the statistics that I had seen, and saying, okay, can we still make this part of the human resources SOAR 5 goals, but in a way that's much broader than saying, here's one thing, you know, we don't like about the board, so we're gonna work on this, or here's one thing that the board should be doing. It was more, let's create processes to say, okay, is there a missing piece, or can we better address communication or dissemination of information? Because like we talk about, you know, the thank you, yes, where you both have
Telephone.
yes, telephone, making sure that we're all looking at ways to improve. And so honestly, that's sort of how we came to that, because it really is more importantly, in my opinion, I think in the committee's opinion, that it's goals that the board makes that are, the action. But this is maybe a goal to say, in addition to the actions we take as a board and the goals we set, human resources is also looking at ways to partner with us to say, is there a way that we can either communicate better, or is there a better way to communicate to continue to improve relationships?
Yeah, that's helpful. I want to noodle on that one
Yeah.
for a while, just because
Yeah,
we're working
and look
30
at
minutes,
this, if
we're
you
gonna
click
ask
on the draft with the data, there is the data that's linked, that's similar to the handout that I gave in September. And that is really where we started and recognized that we can't say to administration, this is your goal, without first saying what our goal is. And I think it kind of goes hand in hand. So.
No, yeah, okay.
I also think, yes, I mean, that's where it originated, and it's hard for this to be like, I'm not gonna write a goal for you guys. You know, that just doesn't seem right. But I also, because I'm not gonna force it on you, you know, but you guys can do that amongst yourselves. But I think the other part of this is, one of the things that I work with adults all the time on is having adult conversations with each other, having to distance depends. I know, Greg, you and I talked about that before. And I think it's really important that we are able to create systems and processes that are human in nature, that allows for people to have adult conversations, even if it's not a great, you know? And it's something that I do often, it's my job. And I try to keep people human, and I try to remember the goal. But at the same time, I walk away many times and people are very upset with me. But I think that, and I work really close with Becky and Brad on this, because we will say that half the time we're the ones in the middle of the telephone tree trying to fix the problem, that by the time we get down to the root of it, it's not that, no, that wasn't even the problem, like, you know? And so I know last year, we even did a little bit of a presentation alongside with HEA talking about having professional conversations in the meetings at the time. Don't leave the meeting afterwards, and then have the cooler conversation. And so I think that when I look at create processes to ensure accurate information is being collected and channeled appropriately, I think the data that you'll see linked to it has a lot that says more in it. But I also think as professionals and adults in a really large organization, we can all do a better job of learning how to have adult conversations and walk away professionally. So that's kind of how I see it.
It's a 30,000 foot view of trying to wrap that goal into not being too specific to dictate what others should do.
Yeah, no, that makes, I appreciate you explaining that. I do want to just think about it for a little bit, because I want to always.
This is a good one that we've thought about a lot.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
not-
what I think about a lot too. It's
Yeah.
because there's a lot to it, there's a lot of layers to it, and it's real. This is my first time going through the SOAR process in this seat, so I don't want to lose sight of what we're trying to accomplish with SOAR, 3-year goal and all this, and have it turn into just something that the board needs to work on. Like, we need to address that, but we can and will. Maybe this isn't the right venue, so I appreciate the desire to address that. But yeah, is there a way that systemically we can all get better? So no, I'm not totally opposed to it. I want to make sure if we're putting it on there, it's going to be on these posters on the walls for the next 3 years, that we've thought through everything. So thanks.
No, I appreciate what the goal is here, because I would love to, and I'm a firm advocate of having adult conversations with people, one-on-one, in groups, and I just want to open up those avenues as quickly as possible. You know, I mean, it's been 40 years of my life doing this kind of stuff, so this isn't like we just walked into a room and have never accomplished anything before. And so, but I'm more than interested in those types of avenues and having adult conversations with adults. numerous subjects.
Are we still talking about the last item on short term here?
Or the fourth.
Four things.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
I think that's really helpful. I think we should specify in this goal the type of information we're talking about. Because right now, the way it reads, when I first read this, I thought, it could be any kind of information. So to add a few maybe clarifying words to that, and it sounds like I've got some thoughts as well. So like Nick, I might move on some suggestions there we can talk about it later, or maybe I might have some suggestions. But thank you for describing that and making that clear, because I didn't get that the first time I read it.
Yeah.
I'd like to see clarification of both 4 and 5, as to just more specifically what we're looking for. I like what I've heard you say here, Ann, and I'm all in favor of that, but I'm not sure if this says it. If we can make that more specific.
I too, to clarify the legal implications of cyberbullying, social media issues when committed outside of school. That one too.
That one too, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. There was just data that there was like this group of people that were, and I think it might be confusion of just, is when people do something online and they tweet or they snap or they post or they make a reel or blah, 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 right? And they do one of those things and then it carries on over into school. That's what I think, there was parent data and there was staff data that was asking, is it the school that, steps in and
It's the school's responsibility.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it happens outside of the school.
Right. And
Depends on if it has a substantial impact on the.
yeah, because there was like, there's
a lot of layers to this.
yeah, there was Supreme Court, finding over it. So it just, so you want more specific, just.
I don't want us to be asked to control something which we can't control.
Oh, that makes, yes,
You see what I mean?
okay, yes, I do.
But for clarification, we are required to respond to it.
Okay.
So we might not be able to control it.
Yeah.
But we are required to respond to it if it impacts the education. I think there are some, this goes back to the bullying conversation, right? And now bullying is taking a whole different level and it's outside of school, but if it impacts school,
Sure.
by law, we have to respond to it.
So probably the word response should be somewhere in there.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about what they're doing up there, but we're talking about our response to it. So.
Yeah, and I think the other part of this is, whose device are you doing it?
What?
You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah.
that's a whole other implication of it, whose device are you doing that? Like, I'm at
Oh, yeah,
home,
yeah, I
I'm at
understand.
my on
Sure.
my parents' Wi-Fi, but if I'm doing it on my school-given Chromebook,
Yeah,
a
shouldn't
whole
be a
other
question
thing.
about that.
Yeah, so.
So I would also encourage, questions about that fourth one down. Dawn might be a good person to touch base with too, because she was in the room where it happened, right? The conversation, you were involved in that conversation deeply also, to get your thoughts on what that looked like, so.
One other thing while we're on the cyberbullying one, I remember Pat, I was in your group, and we kept talking about, let's keep it big picture. Our natural tendency is to make it too focused. And in the comments, anecdotal stuff, bullying comes up all the time. I'm glad you addressed it, but it's in the curriculum stuff too. Is the cyberbullying, is that almost a subcategory of the larger bullying one? Instead of calling that out separately, should that?
I think that if you look at law, it is called out separately all the time. And so I do think that there is a need for at least educating people of the differences. So.
Okay, that's fine.
Feedback is encouraged, so.
One comment and then one question. First comment is, I have a shop t-shirt.
Let's talk. I love it.
Last comment for me on this one is, the second one under short-term identified needs. I feel like, have we already kind of identified the need?
I don't think.
Splitting hairs here, but.
Yeah, no, and I think that that's where I go back to that processes and systems.
Sure.
Because I think that, data shows, if you look at data across the United States and Michigan and out of county, that there are extreme mental health concerns amongst adult and children, right? But I think before we put more people at it, we gotta make sure that we're doing it right.
Yeah.
And so I think that's kind of where we were coming from. Would you say, no?
It's kind of my question that I had for you last time we ran into each other, but just like our existing services that we're providing for our staff, EAP type stuff, like, is that being utilized to the full extent? Yeah, we got a lot of good things in place, but if they're not being used or used enough, let's not go reinvent the wheel or reevaluate things.
I think some of it's word of mouth too. As people see success, like, hey, I did this and it worked. I think there's a trust factor of stepping toe into some of that stuff for a lot of people. At least my
The
age.
stigma, I mean, let's face it,
Yeah.
there's a stigma, it's like, oh, but if someone said, hey, I went on that portal and I was like, man, that really worked for whatever. I think encouraging the staff to share what they appreciated about that with each other, so that no one feels like, yeah, I have to go through this portal because I'm really not knowing what to do, kind of thing.
You have 3 more, Deb? 2 more, Deb? Can we, you can get up and go, but can we, you can keep that way, but can we keep going? But more than we'll do right.
Yes.
Hey,
Okay, so, in the August meetings, our group took like more of a thematic approach, so across the 3 different types of families, student, staff, and parent, we looked for keywords and concepts that rose to our attention, as there's some data points here that we need to pay attention to, and then from those themes started to use the next big chunk of time to dig into the comments, because those were hefty, and so we just use those keywords from the data profile to say, what are people saying about this topic within the comments. And so to describe these goals, I'm going to use those category terms just to kind of hit on a group of goals together. So the first set of goals that I'll speak to is around skill building with social and emotional competencies and behavioral skills. So this is the second and third short-term goal and the second long-term goal. And in some ways, this is really continuity, an extension from SOAR 4. So you'll note that in SOAR 4, we touched on trauma-informed practices, and that's something that we identified as a step we'd like to continue in that vein. Our data showed that staff reported a really high positivity rate for what that training, how helpful that training had been. But we also know that there was a dip there from when we asked this question in 2020, and a lot of that has to just do with the recency of it. It's been a while since we've had robust training. We had this, and of course we know that we've had a lot of new staff join us since that time. So you'll see the second short-term goal speaks to trauma-informed practices. The third short-term goal talks about using our PBIS structure to improve school culture. And then the second long-term goal looks at expanding that explicit teaching of social, emotional, and behavioral skills, or otherwise called life skills, at the secondary level. So, as we've mentioned in previous meetings, there's not been anything selected around that. It may be that a curriculum is a good fit for a secondary grade level. It may be that approach or program is better at that level. So, starting the exploration phase for our secondary. So that's all under the umbrella of social, emotional, and behavioral skill building. The second category is bullying, harassment, and belonging. Those terms may seem funny together, but we really saw those as having an important inverse relationship. Obviously, the more bullying and harassment we see in any organization or school climate, the lower we see a sense of belonging on the students' perspective, and we saw both of those data points being relevant and important enough to lift up. And so the goals surrounding that are the fourth short-term goal, and the first long-term goal, and the first ongoing goal. So you'll see that we have evaluate, select, and implement approaches to prevent and address harassment and discrimination of protected classes in our school. We have evaluate, select, and implement approaches to prevent and address bullying and harassment. And the first ongoing goal of enhancing students' cultural awareness and a sense of belonging through education and opportunities. I think probably we talked a lot about what does that mean when 25% of our high school students receive derogatory remarks almost daily or weekly, and what that does to a sense of belonging in a school culture, where 66% of our secondary students
feel that their school feels welcoming to everyone. So we love to see that percentage higher, and we love to see the bullying and harassment decline. The third category is around special education processes. So that is the third long-term goal and the second ongoing goal. The first one speaks to practices. This is also a continuation from SOAR 4. Amy has shared many graphics in the past around just our different team structures within buildings that look at school-wide data, grade level data, and then individual student data. And so that team in the building that looks at when an individual student hasn't responded to intervention, what do we do next? Within Hudsonville, we call those child study teams. And we continue to want to bridge the gap in terms of creating consistent district practices and implementation for that team specifically. And then the ongoing goal is to explore and enhance teacher resources, training, and clarity on how to support all learners. So some of the data around that was just teacher perception data around adequate support for struggling learners. Not all struggling learners have a disability, but certainly we want to make sure that when we're looking at that tier 2 and tier 3 responsiveness, that we look at what are the resources that we're providing to the teachers that are interacting with the student, and how can we help them feel adequately prepared to support all learners. The fourth bucket is around discipline and restorative practices. So the first short-term goal is, again, continuation around SOAR 4. We did decide to use, this is a big one, we did decide to just name restorative practices as the concept that this goal is really around. You know, we kind of varied in terms of how open-ended or defined do we want this goal to be, but we felt that in the list of discipline, there's sort of a traditional view around discipline as the suspension is meant to be a learning opportunity for the student. There's a new, I would say, newer lens around discipline, looking at, let's think about what harm has been caused, what harm has been created by this action, and how do we build restorative practices to provide healing for both parties, right? So sometimes it's around healing for the student who did the action, and sometimes it's around feeling like whatever the consequence was has helped the student that was impacted. And so that is identified as a short-term goal. I'm really excited that the ISD has also really invested in this being something on your professional development calendar as well, because it's an important consideration, and under revised school code, it's also something that administrators have to think of before issuing a suspension, frankly. So the fourth long-term goal is also in that vein of discipline. We just thought we would want to engage in some education and opportunities to clarify discipline terms, laws, policies, and best practices. I think that there's a lack of familiarity from the revised school code. Every administrator has to consider 7 mandatory factors before they just issue discipline. And for that reason, there will be a different consequence for 2 different students depending on those 7 factors of age, prior discipline history, does the student have a disability? And so they have to go through all of these. And so if there's a perception that why didn't these 2 actions equate to the same consequence, there's reason for that. There's actually intentionality around that. So we thought that engaging in stakeholder awareness and education around that to show the why around that, and also the opportunities to, participate in those conversations when they happen to understand how can we make it better moving forward. And then the last bucket is around college and career preparedness. It aligns very well with Amy's goal around expanding alternative education. It's our third ongoing goal. From the frame of reference and the umbrella of special services, this is more about the counseling end of things and any other mentor or staff person that interacts with students. Amy's department really defines what the programming options will be, and then we know that there's a whole host of interactions that happen with students to best understand their own strengths, interests, and then also to align them with what opportunities exist here and elsewhere to connect them with a career that they might be most successful and happy with. I mean, I know that in high school I didn't even know that my job existed, right? And so I think that it's important that even when there's opportunities there, we're being really intentional with the communication and education with students so that they can get connected to the right opportunity at the right time. So I have a sense that I went through that quickly, but maybe I didn't. So do you have any questions for me?
Mr. DeWitt, were you on that?
Close. No, I think it captured it well, and I also like I learned a lot during that whole exercise about the 7 factors for discipline. A student does one thing, gets a certain consequence, but another student in a different time and place does the same thing, and there's something different. Why is that? So it was really helpful to understand that, and also as a parent. Oh, me too. No, but I think these discussions we had. The other thing I like is these goals talk about evaluating and selecting and implementing. It feels like we're really like jumping into it, which I like too. I think when Barb talks about SMART goals, trying to go to measure them, they're specific, measurable, achievable, all that stuff. I think a lot of these goals I like too. So.
How's the 4th short-term goal much different from the first long-term goal? Have you just added or taken away a few things? Is there a reason why we felt we needed to separate those two?
Yeah, I think because the causes of those may be different, and the solutions for those may be different as well. And so when we think about harassment and discrimination of protected classes in our schools, we know that there's a specific set of laws and policies that speak to discrimination. And a lot of that could be around just education of what is a discriminatory action, right? Or what is a racial slur, or the impact of those, and, you know, all of the factors of when do we talk about that, and then how do we talk about that. I think looking at bullying and harassment of any student, we want to identify that that is important to us as well. And that may looking at what does respect sound like, right, in general, or what behaviors build a sense of what do you do if you're a bystander to bullying, right? So I think they certainly may have overlap, but that's some of the reasoning for defining those as 2 separate things.
Look at that too, and either combine them, rework them, but that's a good point.
Yeah, I just feel like we're getting pretty technical with that response, you know, like maybe bullying came up a lot, harassment came up a lot in the surveys. It's a big deal. It's probably always been a big deal, so I feel like maybe that's and I totally get the legal implications for some of this, that makes total sense, but maybe we could word it different as well. The last short term and the first long term.
I think that to me, the distinction in looking at this, and then looking at the supporting data, the distinction is short term, specifically focusing on the protected classes. And if you look at the verbatim comments, it was clear that there were definitely pockets of protected classes based on law that have felt the most harassed and discriminated against. Not having been on the committee, maybe you could address that, but to me, I think the fact that that short-term goal means that's something we need to get on now. Long-term, we need to continue to address that, but maybe in a broader sense versus focusing on some of the verbatim comments about certain protected classes of people. And maybe I'm misreading that. Is that, do you recall?
I don't.
Okay.
There were other data pieces considered in that 4th long-term, short-term goal, I think related to some staff feedback of disappointment that activities around this have ended or been paused. I think there's student feedback that feel that there are groups, specifically students of the LGBT community and those that are racially different, that's an issue that's being ignored. So I think that I agree that by having many of these words be similar, maybe that's not coming across clear, but we also felt like we would want to have that same review cycle of let's look at all of the data, let's look at all the different approaches, and then pick something leaving it open that it could be a different solution for this than it would be to that first long-term goal. So, that's some of the background of it.
That's fair. I just don't want to miss an opportunity either, because bullying is just wrong in general, but if we're reacting to a specific situation right now where there's something better we could be doing in general, issue we're dealing with a lot of this stuff is like issues of the heart.
Yeah.
You know, we can collect all the data we want and all of that, but at the end of the day, there's just a heart issue for some of these folks. That's really hard to capture. This is a tough area.
Yeah.
You know, like this is not an easy area to address when you're dealing with people in general, but kids.
I do think it's also an education
Yes,
question,
exactly.
because those that haven't been exposed or haven't had conversations at home may pick up on something that grandpa said. I know this happened to my family, and not even realizing that what grandpa said is not appropriate. And so having an educational component in addition to, like you said, people with heart condition, not physical heart condition, but that some of that might be negated by having appropriate information that is generally shared within a school community.
That's a really good way to put it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I guess I don't think that the short term is meant to be something seen as a quick fix, right?
And they come across, right? It doesn't necessarily mean like we're looking for a quick fix. I just want to make sure, like, really intentionally thought out. That I get where you're going with it. Sort of. At first, I was trying to understand the difference between the two.
Sure. Yeah. I think it's around discrimination laws and the data that is unique to this population that is apart from the bullying comments in general.
Okay.
I think it's also looking at that there's still a sense of an unclosed conversation that has started long ago around this, and looking at there hasn't been yet a through line to end that, you know, or even determine a next step. So we were talking a lot about we want to be more proactive with both of these. The education around this may look different. Yeah, so.
That's fair. And then I mean, the other question I have is, so we intentionally want to leave out the word discipline in this area. Is that, did I understand you correctly? I don't see discipline anywhere. You said like restorative practices is kind of the phrase we want to use instead of discipline.
Well, discipline is in the fourth long-term goal, and it's more around the education piece. But correct, in the short term, restorative practices doesn't mean that there's an absence of a consequence. I think it's just the process that we go through to have a better long-term solution would be more than that restorative action and conversation.
Okay. So discipline could be a part of the restorative practice. Because that's something
Just
that
might
becomes
come different for one versus another.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of opportunity here, and maybe we could explain that a little bit better. Because I mean, when we look at all the comments, it's anecdotally staff, community, discipline. So yeah, I was reading through some of our policies, and the 7 steps. Like, yeah, we got to communicate that.
Some of this is also deeper. The longer we just have to respond to all of this and not be proactive, that we'll be battling this for a long time. We need to be proactive on some of the
Exactly, yeah.
regarding student behavior. And if we are proactive, then the discipline will still be there. We'll still have things that happen. But the excuse of I didn't know that was not okay is not valid.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Mandy, you answered one of Nick's questions by asking a couple of questions. When do we talk about it? How do we talk about it? When do we talk about it? And how do we talk about it?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, is there a chart that people follow?
Tell me, what exactly?
Well, I think we were talking about the issue of how to address harassment. You said a couple of the questions there, when do we talk about it, and how do we talk about it? And I'm just wondering,
I guess
when and how?
the questions that I'm naming are, I think, something that we're actively, that come up often in our DEC conversation about, when we're talking specific to discrimination around protected classes. And we're naming things such as XYZ as a racial slur. We don't currently have any guideline to say when that conversation would happen. I know that many people have different views on when it should happen or where it should happen. Similarly, we have different conversations about, I think that there's right now in classrooms, kids that unprompted bring up issues around LGBTQ identity, right? And we're always responsive around that. And so, in terms of when we know that there's harassment occurring, right now our practice is to address it after it has occurred. We don't have a mechanism right now to be proactive around what would it look like to to educate a student before an issue even happens. So when I'm naming those questions, I think I'm posing them as a question we should answer in the future. Because right now our current practice, because we haven't outlined that, it's always reactive in light of a specific situation that's happening.
So what kind of feedback do you get from teachers and people who have to answer it?
I don't want to go too deep into the woods, with all due respect, because we're talking about creating doubt. The outcome of the goal will be exactly what you're looking at, how are we going to do this? The question is the goal warranted based on the data to have it so that we can come back and say, we've had these discussions, we're doing this work, here's what we think should happen.
And Dr. Vanderjack, I agree completely with you cutting me off.
I didn't mean that.
No, I'm not saying that. No, and I'm not saying that from a perspective of pushing me or something like that. I'm just trying to figure out when is the best time and the best avenue to be able to get answers to these questions, that's all.
Can I just say, my sense is that, I don't know if you left that as a rhetorical or like a direct question, but I think that there's many different opinions on that. And I think where I really saw our landing place when board asked for this committee to be reconstructed in a different way, it was to look for where can we find consensus on where we can move forward, knowing that in our community there are very differing opinions about this. So I think there's certainly advocacy groups that have data points on when and where. There's laws that tell us around like parameters, right? But there's also just our community and our school and our stakeholders. And so knowing that we have very different opinions about that, some of our work is around finding consensus and the greatest degree of like how can we come around solutions that we can mostly support, right? So that we can have a definitive answer and move forward.
And this is a perfect example of what we were just talking about under the human resources thing. Create processes to ensure accurate information is being collected and channeled appropriately. The only way for me to get accurate information is to ask the question, to have the conversation about it. So that's what we need to do. And I'm going to keep on doing that. But I understand completely. We can be here till midnight, and some of these people have jobs, So but the fact of the matter is that I want to have those conversations. I want to hear what the answers are. So when people ask me in the community what's going on, I can tell them I know, not I think I know. So that's what I'm saying. But I completely understand that we could be here for days. But this is important stuff. Very important stuff.
Maybe under the short-term goals, the third one, expand upon the use of PBIS strategies. In the teacher verbatim comments, there was it was almost like some teachers really liked PBIS and other teachers pretty much called it a poop show. As some of the words were said. It was like one extreme or the other. Have we done any type of evaluation of that program? I'm just wondering. Because it was such, I mean, that was the point, I said color coding. Because they were either really for it or they didn't like it.
Yeah.
And nothing kind of like in between.
Yeah. Have we gathered data? Yes. I think that we haven't, gone into the perception data of do you like it necessarily, but we look at what are the outcomes that are coming from the systemic review, right? And so at the onset, our goal was to establish norms around what are the behavior expectations and how are we teaching them. We talked about making referrals for students that aren't responding to that. We setting up like tier 2 interventions. So those outcomes are positive, and we're on a trajectory where we're moving the outcomes that we set moving forward. I also saw in the comments though that I think that there's that piece around we're also trying to move forward in understanding trauma-informed practices, right? And that's a different way of viewing behavior, which sometimes aligns with people's historical training or their view on, how behavior response patterns should go, and sometimes it aligns. So I can see that feeding into your perception of if it's good or bad. I think that, I don't know if that answers your question. Yes, we've collected data.
Yeah, I don't know, I was just wondering, have we evaluated it since there was such polarizing views of it? I was surprised.
Yes, we have, and I'd be happy to share that another time if you like.
Maybe the word expand leads to saying we want to maybe evaluate the strategies that we're using to influence and improve behavior to might accomplish the same goal, but not one goal that everybody wants.
Yeah.
Anything else for special services? I got 30 seconds, so I'm totally in.
Yeah, well, that's good. You did notice that this is the group. It took 2 board members to wrestle us. So we thank Mr. Chansky, Mr. Bolheis for their work. It's very appreciated. You gotta get a mic on here. So, but just the team, like to thank the rest of the team. Mr. Matthews is in the back room, our transportation director. Lee Arentz, our director of buildings and grounds. Lindsay Bolheis, it heads up our grants area. Mary Darnton, food service. Mike Petrulia, security. Bill Ross, him as our Riley principal, and Mr. Jeff Smucker, our director of technology. Great group, and they made this work really, really fun. And as Nick alluded to earlier, our biggest struggle for this group is see it, do it. I mean, we had to work really hard at stepping back and to think visionary, because they just want to wrap their arms around stuff and get going. But excuse me. So the goals you see before you have changed from SOAR 4. We did move a couple around, but I'll talk a little bit about the data to support some of the goals as we go through some of the key points. Dr. Vanderjack talked about air conditioning. It has been, I would say, it feels to me like COVID brought that more to the forefront with air quality, but it certainly is. It certainly is a big deal. The number 2 goal there, to increase the number of cameras locations in the elementary buildings, as well as the balance of the bus fleet. We get questions all the time. Mr. Matthews gets questions all the time about getting cameras on all our buses. We believe we should get them on all our buses, as well as certain places in our elementary buildings. I'm going to talk probably in detail about all the short-term goals. So with proactive security training for staff, there were comments by our staff in the data that talked about basically the numbers that agreed that our schools are safe on a daily basis and our schools would be safe in an emergency situation. Those, just the responses from our staff went down from 2020 to 2023, and we want to look more into that. We know a lot of things happened between SOAR 4 and SOAR 5, and there were just a lot of things happened that caused people's perceptions to change, but it's also, we want to look more into that. It's been mentioned many times in our district to increase transportation driving staff, and it's not just, we do want more bus drivers. There are a lot of parent comments on they would like more bus drivers so we don't have to have routes that are as long, as late, and as early. But there's also things in the comments about why can't we have a routing system that does this? Why can't we have a routing system that lets parents know, like Zealand's, that a student enters a bus? So we responded to those and wrote goals accordingly. In our long-term goals, there were comments in the data regarding long-term goal number 1 about we felt that they called us to talk about hardening points of entry to our building. Again, a lot of things have happened between SOAR 4 and SOAR 5 that would, and you know the events that have taken place have been in the media. Not fortunately that those events haven't been in Hudsonville, but they're in Michigan, and people are thinking about that. The last one in the long-term goals is something that's really important. I believe it. Parents notice it. I know our staff notices it, but just the lack. This is large group instructional spaces. It is a pinch point in our district with a growing district, and in a number of ways, we don't even have a place anymore to get the bus drivers together. We've outgrown the lounge. Actually, that lounge was pretty much outgrown when we moved into it. But just for Rob to run the bid meeting, he needs to go to another place. For Mary to get the cooks together. Amy and Mandy, Ann runs PD here. We do our best to use this space, and it's a challenge, parking challenge. We were able to add a couple parking spots out there, 20, but that'll help. But then on breaks with people using the facilities, this facility isn't really conducive. So that's something we feel strongly about, and you can see it in the data. And I'd like to just make a plug for the 2 ongoing goals that feel a little bit like a value for the district. It really helps. I'd say it helps us in finance, but I think we all look at these as a district when it comes to equitable distribution of resources throughout the district. I mean, it's just something that helps in everything we do. We do it in grants, we do it in HR, we do it in facilities, curriculum. We're always striving to bring programs up to an excellent level for all programs, all students, and then just the long-term financial stability of the district. I feel like all of us are building on the shoulders of a lot of great work that's occurred in this district for decades, and the district has valued conservative budgeting, and you'll see that in the audit reports. It manifests itself in just so many ways. It's important. And then with Dr. Vanderjack's leadership, we've also added long-term financial projections that have been very helpful. for the district. So I feel like I went through those pretty quickly. Mr. Chansky, Mr. Boyce, do you have anything to add?
I think you covered every possible thing.
Thanks.
Any questions for Matt?
Just appreciate the fact that the committee continued with a goal we've had here for years, which was to do our best to make sure that all buildings in the district and all educational tools are available across the district. So thank you for continuing to include that, keep that in the forefront.
With our board support and community support, we'll have adjournment in every one of our elements.
Yeah.
Cafeteria.
Yes.
By the start of next school year.
Yep.
It might seem minimal, but it's huge.
It is.
It sure is.
Yeah, we talked about this last week, but the long-term financial stability of the district through conservative budgeting, I think is also important.
Huge. Thank you.
All right, many hands have contributed to this SOAR draft, so thank you very much.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot.
And if there are questions, please process this. We don't want to bring you a first draft that needs 7 readings, or a first reading that needs 7 readings. So
And there
reach
are,
out.
I think, a few board members not present for the November board meeting. I think Andrew, Ken, and Mark are all going to be gone.
So as long as we have a quorum,
Yeah.
but still,
But still,
your feedback is good, so don't think
Yeah.
that you get to miss out. We really would like to get this done by, because truly our plan expires in December, and not that we don't have work to do in January, but we want to make it clear to our community that we're driving forward. So let me know and we can figure it out.
Do you want to take a quick 5?
I don't, but yes, we do
You
want to.
guys-
But I'm gonna ask the board to come back here to,
Yes,
I'll give you 3 minutes probably, because we're gonna keep going through, you can talk, you can eat, and
yes, it's 6:57, be back in your seat at 7:02. About 5
let's go.
All right, next up, we have our bus bid.
Mr. Briggs. Hello. So next on the agenda is the bus bid review. There is an attachment, summary recommendation along with bus replacement schedule. I want to take a little time to thank Mr. Matthews, our Director of Transportation, the sharp gentleman with the bow tie, for his work and just caring enough to think about doing something differently than we've always done in the past. The needs of the fleet are changing, and Rob cares enough to go out and research, look for better ways to do our business, and also respond in the fleet to some of the staffing challenges. And I can't thank him enough for his work. But to review at a high level, the recommendation, we're asking for 2 Thomas Mini Tour 14 passenger school buses. We'll talk more about that later. 5 basically 77 passenger buses, like our normal bus that we buy, and then 1 of those buses configured with a lift for handicap access and air conditioning, similar to the one that we asked you to support last summer. So that's 8 total, but you'll see that's a difference in the fleet. And that would be from Hoekstra Transportation of Grand Rapids at a cost not to exceed $1,062,347 plus reasonable associated costs. And that would be a general fund recommended purchase and largely funded by our enhancement millage. So some of the background we'd like to talk about is these buses, again, ordering. We used to do this in February. We're doing this here in October for a first read. and we still don't expect to get the buses before July 1. Frankly, there's just long lead times on buses. We need one, Rob just told me yesterday, the one, I affectionately called it the Swiss Army knife bus that's 77 passenger, has a lift, and is air conditioned. We do expect that bus by February. And so we're still taking delivery of last year's buses. In this, we have really struggled I would say the industry has struggled because basically Chevy and Dodge really, they got out of it sooner, but they're just not making the right configuration of van that we need for our fleet. If we bought two large vans, you'll see them going around the district, they're wonderful, and Rob had to pull a lot of strings had to be pulled for us to get those buses. So we can't find, and he's working to get vans, and he's bringing me recommendations to spend $35,000 on a used van. And they're not bad, it's the best that's out there, but really $35,000 for used, why not? I mean, it's not even a vehicle that it's nowhere near safe as the mini tour that looks like a small school bus. So that's a big piece of this recommendation. Those two mini tours are flexible. They can be used by coaches. They can be driven by someone without the school bus endorsement, and it's legal. And their students are so much more safe on the because it's listed as you see in the line 4. It's a Type A school bus.
Just think about your golf team, your tennis team, your state qualifies for wrestling. I mean, the programs that don't need a 77 passenger bus to get a 10, 12 year
Right. And he's using them. We're using them on, I would say, a more regular basis during the day to transport kids around the district. So and out of the district to programs out of the district. It's a more efficient way to get kids around, and it's less cost than a full-size special ed bus. So that kind of sets up the ask, and then the reasons. I mean, we do use the MSBO bus bid process, which has been around at least 20 years. I would say it's probably closer to 25 years, where dealers all over the state, there's a cooperative bid that's led by the Michigan School Business Officials, of which Michigan Association of People of Transportation members are also members of MSBO, and they take bids, and it's just a great process because this used to be really, really hard before that to get good bids. In fact, there were several lawsuits in the state over bids, and this is a fantastic process that we use going forward. The district's used this for a long time. Hoekstra has been a good partner for parts. They're close. And we're getting at a point where Midwest bid is pretty close to Hoekstra's, but at the same time, with Midwest and Holland, it's probably not the great time for us to jump off, because we do have two excellent mechanics that have been with the district for a long time that are retiring this year. So it's probably not the best time for us to jump into anything, and we're fine. I mean, we're happy with what we have. So, yeah, that kind of cues up the summary recommendation. And then Rob's done an excellent job. If you look at the replacement schedule, placing all of our fleet in there, and then talk, the year it was purchased and the model year that it will be replaced with. If you turn to the back of it, or you probably flip it in your agenda, the last page you can see there that the VIN numbers are vacant on a lot of that. And that's because those buses have not been delivered that are ordered. And you might ask, Pat, why if we're doing this, why do we need a fleet of 76? And Rob and I have talked a lot about that. And with 76 buses, we have 8 buses that we're asking to be delivered, and that gets us down to 68. We have 51 buses that are used every day, and we have at least a minimum of 5 buses that we could use every day if we had the personnel for them. If we had a bus driver, we would use them tomorrow. That would eliminate our double runs. Double runs are tough on families are making it work, but they're tough on families, tough on staff. And then we have at least 5 more buses that we would put in place that would reduce the capacity of the buses right now. If you're getting on, buses leaving our middle schools are full. They're full. So that really gets us down. That would, 76 minus 8, 51 routes gives us 17 buses that aren't used every day for regular routes, but we do need 5 to eliminate double runs, 5 to deal with capacity. That gets us down to 7 spares. And just in our industry, that's more like 1 to 10, and that's pretty tight for spares because they do need to go in for service. They just need buses break. And Rob is doing a great job of rotating our extra buses in and out of service so they don't. He'll also tell you that buses that aren't used break. So we feel 76 is a really good number for the size of district, number of riders we have, and that covers the high points of the recommendation. Anything that I missed, Rob, that you'd like to add?
So I will remind the board that when the enhancement millage for the county was passed about 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago, it was intentional to have a replacement schedule for our buses because it was about 6 years without any bus purchases. And our buses were aging quickly. And Michigan is not really conducive with salt. So this was intentional. Our plan was to have an 8-year plan of getting our buses so that we don't have as many issues with some of our older buses. And I want to appreciate just the diligence of the board, Pat and Rob, to make sure this not only happened, but every time when there is a budget question, it isn't like, let's grab it from the transportation because we can put it someplace else. We've been diligent about making sure that we stay in that plan and keep replacing the buses. So thanks, Rob.
That's all that we did, all in the plan.
And we approved those 14 passenger, we approved a 14 passenger van earlier this year, right? Or bus, Or what was that?
It was actually a different configuration of the same chassis.
Got it.
Okay. This is more a response to we can't get vans.
Sure.
And the prices for the used vans are, and the dealers have actually held them for us, and we're like, oh, thank you very much. They're good. They're really below what they could get. That's the low end of Kelly Blue Book.
Yeah.
And they're selling them for $5,000 or $6,000 more than they would have sold them to us. They've been great, but we're just like, it's hard to justify.
Yeah. And then we just talked about cameras and a goal. Did they come with cameras, or is that after you purchase them?
We've got to outfit them with cameras.
You do?
Yeah.
How about air conditioning? Is that something?
It's snow tomorrow.
Hey, it's on my mind. I was on that committee. Comments are the comments.
Yeah, it's part of it, if approved, it's part of study the
Right.
feasibility of classrooms and other vehicles.
I'm just saying especially the smaller ones, thinking about a team. Yeah, the team's going to state, whatever. It's a 2 or 3 hour ride.
We'll look into it for all of them, yeah.
But in this particular package, it's just the one bus has AC.
What's that?
Both of them, and a handicap accessible bus, right?
Both of the miniatures,
Okay.
the two we took delivery of that are 29 passengers this year. Both of the miniatures in this recommendation, 14 passengers, have dashboard air conditioning off of the GM van chassis, as well as a rear air conditioning unit. So we're classifying them as oftentimes a special education bus. More IEPs are requiring air conditioning as part of that. So same with the full-size lift buses. Air conditioning on a big bus is a $12,000 to $15,000 option. So
That's my next question. How much does it cost to add it? So it's not insignificant.
Can't do the lowest. But air conditioning.
Bus number seven, and then bus number 18. How do you determine what you're going to retire? Because like bus number 18 is an older bus with more miles on it, but yet it's not due to be replaced until 2026, but yet bus number 7 is a newer bus for 2 years, has fewer miles, but we're replacing that one in 2025. How do you determine which bus is going to get retired?
So unit 7 or line?
Number, it
line
says
7?
number, under first column
Yeah.
number 7.
Okay.
It says unit number 3.
Yeah.
And then
So-
number 18 and unit number 94.
Typically, it's our feedback, excuse me, feedback from the mechanics
Okay,
and just how that bus could be a particular rust issue.
okay,
It's mechanics feedback.
okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Pat?
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
I know yours is great. You're driving buses, you're directing bus drivers, you're doing it all, so appreciate it.
So this will come on the November board meeting for approval. Okay, good. Okay, next up, we have our diversity advocacy committee.
I'll ask Mandy to give a quick update. We did not have a meeting last month, but we'll be meeting again Tuesday and Wednesday this week. First one, Mandy, just give a quick update on that.
Yeah, so last May, we updated the board on some potential materials that we were looking at distributing at that time that included videos and surveys, and we got your feedback at that time. Due to the time of the year and the feedback shared, we did not pursue either of those, and I think that there was some mention of maybe wanting further discussion by board members about that. Since that time and before our September meeting, the SOAR V results became public, and so because some of those data points and anecdotal comments aligned with some of the potential survey questions, we wanted to take a moment to just say, one, does the SOAR V feedback data answer the questions we were hoping to ask and therefore eliminate the need for that? Or two, do we want to use this information to shape changes in what we had planned in May? And so we started that discussion in September. We also reviewed some norms and some other sort of business items related to the committee. And we had planned to come back together last month, and that unfortunately needed to be canceled due to personal family issues. And then we came back. We'll be together on Wednesday. We will be reviewing the meeting notes at the start of our next meeting, and after the committee has time to review those will be made public on the website, as we've done in previous meetings. Trying to think of any other salient points, but I think earlier when I had made the comment too about just our some of our committee discussion is around when's the right time and how. We have not gotten yet to the stage around brainstorming solutions or even touching like the execution of any of those pieces. We are still in the earlier stages of, we had a defined problem of practice. We were looking at how do we further explore the context, which is where that the surveys and the videos kind of that stem from those larger questions. The next step in the process would be to start researching and brainstorming solutions around our identified problem of practice. So that's our next goal. So
that's the update
A
for
little
tonight.
bit, and
Yeah.
that was our first meeting of the year in
Mhm.
September. We haven't met until May, so we'll see what the outcome is. What happens on Wednesday? Any questions about?
If I remember correctly, that youth assessment service done by the county might have some of that information as well. Did I read that correctly?
I
That,
don't think so. I think
No?
that falls more towards
Okay.
the sex ed advisory.
Okay, that's right, I'm sorry. You're right.
Teenagers, so.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Questions about that?
So this committee's been meeting for 2 years, roughly.
Yeah.
Do we anticipate this committee moving forward with SOAR V?
So this committee was formed at a request from the board. So it's an administrative committee that is formed from the board. If the board wishes for the committee to cease, then there will be an action letter from the board to say, we don't want this committee to meet anymore. So we feel like we're doing some good work. We haven't brought anything to the board yet as one of the next steps, but I think this committee has had a lot of deep discussions on really what are our reactions to situations and maybe what are some avenues that we can take to be proactive, to support our kids at all levels, so that they maybe are, they know what the consequences may be before they do something they might regret. I don't know about that. So a lot of conversations with the group. So yeah.
And I think that's following the direction that the board had given, that we wanted the process to go slow and thoughtful. And so I appreciate the fact that obviously with summer and some delays, that's kind of where I see it, the positive, that this is becoming very thoughtful, slow process in the regard that they're not rushing things. So I appreciate it.
We've seen a lot of districts around us take actionable steps. Primarily, some of them had to because of actions that took place in and around their district. Our intent was to try to do something similar before we had an actionable effect. But we'll still be able to do that. That's our intent.
I don't know, there's been some emails that have been sent to board members. I don't fully understand. I don't know if this is the time to talk about it. I don't know. I thought, Mr. Davis, I don't put you on the spot, but you had mentioned this should go to a board.
Yeah, I know that. I've had some email communications with Mandy about the meeting I attended, and Ken and Don both expressed some concerns about my emails. And, you know, if you want to talk about that, I'm more than willing to do it.
What were your concerns?
I expressed
From
them,
the DEC?
I expressed them to Mandy, and she responded very professionally. We went back and forth, I think, twice. And my concerns have been very, very open with her, and we'll take a look.
Do you feel resolution on those things?
I wouldn't say resolution. I think that remains to be seen how this committee functions. And I'm willing to wait and see how this committee functions, but I think we do need to have the committee functioning and bringing accurate reports to us and knowing what their objectives really are. I'm not all together. I think my concerns were outlined, and I think all the board has all my emails there. So I wouldn't say that anything that I have articulated has been resolved, but I'm open to waiting and seeing as it can be.
Again, my comments were around not the content, but were around the governance approach.
Yeah.
And so I've spelled those out, so I don't think there's any need to delve into those further. We'll do have that code of conduct discussion here in a moment. So it's the governance approach and transparency across all board members and so forth. So if you feel comfortable that you've got the responses that you're looking for, and then aligned on how we move forward, relative to communication and to the superintendent, then that's fine. I think we're good. We'll move forward.
I think there's still discussions to be had. And I'm happy to talk further about the code of conduct and whether I was appropriate or not at the right time.
We have that on the agenda today, so
that's fine.
We look forward to the discussion.
We can certainly do that.
Sure.
Okay, so we're good on the Diversity Advocacy Committee? Any other questions for me? Okay. Next up is our state assessment data.
We are not gonna fly through this, but we want to give, you've had a chance to look at it, and we're gonna give you that 30,000 foot, not 700 miles an hour, but please ask questions, and I'll turn over to Amy, she's gonna, here, we're gonna go back and forth a little bit through this. So.
All right, so this, kind of the format of the presentation should look fairly familiar. We typically use like districts across the state, which is what you see listed here. That is based on student count and free and reduced lunch. So I will toggle back and forth between our Hudsonville Public Schools standardized test data from the spring of 2023 as it compares to districts across the state that, which is this cohort. And then we will look at data with regard to comparing Hudsonville to districts in Ottawa County. Primarily the 11 public school districts, not all local educational agencies, so private schools, etc. So overall, we have student count, free and reduced lunch for enrollment. So this is that peer group comparing Hudsonville, which is the blue line, to peers across the state when we're talking about enrollment. You can see that we continue to be on a similar trajectory as peers across the state.
Go back one.
Sure.
Just want to clarify that top green line was the first slide Amy showed you with the peers that we compare to. The blue line is Hudsonville, and the red line is actually all of the LEAs in Ottawa County. So that includes your charters, that includes your academies. You've got Black Rivers in there, I Academy, Hill Academy, Vanderbilt. Those are all included in that red line. It's not just the publics in Ottawa County.
And then for peers, it'd be the average school
Average
size.
is what you let first slide, you take those averages, that's the green line.
Average them all. Okay, that's what I figured, just wanted to double check.
Yep. Here are our enrollment numbers in comparison to the peer group. So again, the peer group here is within Ottawa County, just public schools, not all of the LEAs within the ISD. So blue line is Hudsonville and green line is peers.
And the red line is everybody in Ottawa County.
And everybody in Ottawa County, yes. Moving on to MSTEP proficiency. So again, these are just averages. This graph compares the peer group across the state. You can see the blue line is Hudsonville. The green line are the peer districts across the state of like size as well as free and reduced population. And then you'll notice the yellow line is all LEAs and PSAs. So that would be all the districts across the state comparison. This is comparing Hudsonville with just Ottawa County Public Schools. So that's the peer district line, that's the green line. Hudsonville is the blue line, and then all LEAs and PSAs, public school agencies, are noted by the yellow line. These are comparisons of peer group across the state, our SAT scores. Blue line is Hudsonville, green line are like districts across the state, and yellow line is all LEAs and PSAs in the state. You can see where we fall on the bottom graph with regard to our average SAT scores, falling into 4th place on that particular graph.
So just trying to keep up here. So not all the names that are on the first page for our state peers are on that chart. Do we not have that data?
Some of them might not be there, but it's still an average of their class sizes. So there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Are they not the same one?
No, they're different. It's like Zealand is listed.
Zealand's on there.
Zealand's on there.
But it's not on the first page.
Zealand's an Ottawa County peer.
Yeah, but
I see what you're saying.
Some of this is like that
ISD and
the mix of local.
I wonder if it's last year's peer group with this year's peer group. We'll look into that. That's a good point. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was confused. Like,
South Line. We'll look at. We'll figure out what's
it's a different.
Looks like most of them are the same.
Yeah, that's why I went double check like 3 times. Like one of them. Some of them are different.
The way that I'm reading that is up in the right-hand corner of the 2023 average SAT score. That is all, subjects all. So I'll take a look at that. These reports are generated, so
Thanks.
I'll take a look. This graph compares Ottawa County SAT scores, Hudsonville blue, peers in Ottawa County green, and then all districts across the state in yellow. Average SAT scores. This is peer group with regard to graduation rate and dropout rate, Hudsonville in blue, as well as then peers in green across the state, and then LEAs and PSAs across the state, and then dropout rates. So that gives a quick overview of trend lines for graduation rates in comparison to the state, and this is what it looks like for Ottawa County. Again, continuing to outperform in those areas across the state as well as across the county.
I think you'll notice, particularly the graduation rate on this slide, how Hudsonville increased its graduation rate, and the county or the county peers dropped. That's significant.
Appears to be a longer term trend too of our dropout rate.
It
Kind of
is.
going a lot lower
It's
too.
really tough because there's so much variance in the last 3 years. It's really hard. You know, you have 3 years worth of good, solid data. Trending can be impactful. It's really hard to judge. We're looking forward to next year because then we think we are back in maybe some trending data. But yeah.
It's just, you're not seeing the volatility that we saw in the mid 2000s. There were a couple of those years that really spiked high in dropout rate.
Well, they changed a lot of the requirements, and they had 4-year cohorts, 5-year cohorts, 6-year cohorts for dropout.
Gotcha.
And then graduation, if you didn't graduate before, you're considered a dropout. You didn't graduate, but you could still not be a dropout if you made it in 6, and so they changed some of the rules,
Oh,
they changed it back.
Totally apples to apples.
So it's a little apples to oranges a little bit.
Okay.
AP data is an area that I believe Mr. Hall had requested that we give a brief overview of. This is our school summary data, so you can see trending from 2019 to 2023. And total AP students, the number of exams, as well as the scores, so a 3 or above is really what we're targeting there. Percent of total AP students with scores 3 or above is what we're highlighting. We offer about 20 AP courses at the high school. And so we see some decline of number of overall students, but again, because we've been out of that, kind of some of those trends, we'll continue to pay attention to some of that.
I'm sure kids in that building as well.
We do.
Okay.
The numbers of
That's
kids.
that's a good point. Not only the volume of kids, but the impact that waiting list has at Career Line Tech. When we have how many kids are waiting to get into welding, if there's not an opening, what do they do? And what I know that Amy Chad Sites at the high school and their staff is working hard on. What are some CTE opportunities we can offer here that eliminate? And they are adding a third section of CTC, which we've been asking for years. Cat County runs 3 sections. Now they're going to start running 3 at Ottawa, which will really diminish the volume of the wait list, which hopefully will increase the numbers that we'll work on getting.
Well, it links back to the SOAR goal of
Yeah.
career.
Absolutely. That's exactly where it falls. And I think that some of the data that we've looked at already is that we do have a large waiting list at CTE. And so figuring out how we might be able to potentially expand some programming on site. And yeah, there's a lot more I could say about that, but I won't at the moment. So
Can we add that? Can we maybe add a line on this?
for CTE, the number of students?
Yeah.
Sure. We should definitely do that.
Just, we've got AP classes offered and we're enrolled.
Here's the updated one. It wasn't that fast, my response. You're like, wow, that was quick. No.
It's pretty astounding when you look at from 21 to 22, the jump in students with scores of 3+ on these AP exams. When you think about where our world was at that point, and that, if I'm not mistaken, the majority of that year we were under COVID restrictions, etc. Just very impressive when you look at those numbers and how students continued to the number of students continued to increase that were taking them as well as doing well on them. And that speaks
to the program, to those teachers who I think have been doing this for some time at their AP level. And I have to believe there are plenty of parents who are happy that their student didn't have to pay for that course in college about the fall. So it's impressive and it's a good thing for students and the district.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Some celebrations there.
They still find a way to spend money in college though.
And they still take 4 years sometimes too, right?
How many students in high school altogether, 2,000?
Just 2002.
2002, so 9 or 10, 11, 12, it's gonna be 1,500. In those 3 grades, yeah, 1,500.
Say that again? Yeah, about 500 per grade.
So I'm just thinking about percentages.
Yeah.
So, you see some sophomores take AP, a few, not all.
AP stats is a very popular one.
AP stats is a very popular one, but the bulk are in 10 and 11. So if I think about percentages, and you think about 1,500 kids, 440 out of 1,500 gives you a percentage. I'm just kind of thinking about that, as well as the raw number. So, yeah, okay.
Because how many AP classes could a student take their junior and senior year in order to still meet the requirements for how much English science?
10.
They literally could take 10 in
There's
those
5
2 years?
each year, and they're full year classes, but
They would have had to have met all the other requirements.
That's correct.
Like PE or.
Correct,
all of
or test out,
Okay.
and or not be in any fine arts or any other.
True, that would be a huge component.
Most of our kids in AP are involved in something, whether it's band, choir, orchestra, sports. No, 3 is a lot. We've had a couple kids take 4, but it's a lot. Am I up?
Yeah.
All right, so we have been meeting with our building leaders, our principals at elementary, middle, and high school, and really started to dive in more of the conversation regarding assessment and what that looks like as a district standpoint. We haven't had these detailed conversations, and we feel there's this sense of urgency regarding testing as it continues to evolve with students doing online testing. It now has turned into dynamic testing, which for those that are familiar with dynamic testing, you get the question right, the question gets harder, you get it wrong, it gets easier. As opposed to every kid having the same question, which has been our traditional form of assessments across the state. Now that we move to electronic, it can look that way. Those that took the ACT or the SAT back in the day, it was dynamic. Those that ever took the GRE, it was dynamic. It just depends on what assessment you took. So we've had conversations with our staff about trying to find out in our buildings what works for them, what would they change, and what might they need support on. We talked about that. We're really talking about preparation strategies, because to some, preparation might be we get everybody a granola bar before the test, and that's good. Others might be we get signs in the hallways, we get kids pumped up for it, or we don't want to raise anxiety, so we do. There's all these different. When you have 13 buildings running assessments, we're trying to figure out what are some things that we can share some celebrations and try to really try to streamline our process. We've done it at the elementary with their testing. We've done it with the middle school and the high school. You have some comparable data in front of you that they have gone through. I don't think we need to get too deep in the woods here. They're getting deep into the woods from their standpoint at the elementary, middle school, and high school. And I don't want to, there's a couple things to look at. Whenever you look at data, if you look at 3rd grade, if you look at 4th grade, you have to ask your question. The question is, what did it look like the year before? Did kids change? Kids move out? Kids move in? What does it look like? What does the testing look like? Environments. One of our biggest concerns is always transition from one building to the next. Now we have a 5-6 building. What will that look like? So we've really looked at an action plan of looking at the 4 different, what we call controllables in a testing environment. Number 1 is the technology regarding the assessments. Do our kids have access to comfortable technology that they're used to using? So in the past, we were not a one-to-one district, so they went to online testing. Kids were using a device, maybe it was a bigger keyboard, smaller keyboard, maybe the letter P would stick and the space bar would stick, I don't know, but it wasn't a device that they're used to. Now our kids are one-to-one, they're using their devices on a regular basis, they're comfortable with them, but are they comfortable with taking assessments with them? So we're starting to have those conversations. Number two, the accessibility. We've always talked about what does it look like when you put 600 kids in a 5-6 building, they're all tested at the same time. Do our nodes give enough so that we can get access to everybody, or are they jumping from one to the other? If you know anything about Macs, they usually grab an IP address and they stick with it until they try to travel a building, so it's hard for them to jump from one node to the next. If you look at a Chromebook, it will jump from one to the next. So we've got to make sure we have enough connectivity so that technology is not a barrier or not an influence in our assessment going from there. Number three, the readability of the assessments. More often than not, our kids are answering math questions that could be a reading question based on if they struggle with reading a math question, are we really measuring mathematics or are we measuring reading? We see that a lot in science. It's easy in English because it's reading English, but every other subject, if there are story problems and you struggle as a reader, you have to ask yourself, are we really, so that comes into the readability, really comes into practice with our students, practice with our staff. So maybe your opening question, maybe your warm-up question, when the kids come into the class, is a question in the format that they would see on a test. Maybe then you can fire up their Chromebooks and they have to then look at, here's a question that would be just like they would see on the, how do you answer it? What does it look like? How is it formatted? The whole 9 yards. So Amy and her staff, Craig Steenstra and our instructional technology department have been doing a phenomenal job of saying, hey, let's give some real life examples of what these tests would look like. Study Island has a great program that we've been using, but are we doing it on a consistent basis to look at the readability of the assessments? And then finally, if we can hammer out those three things, it gets down to content. Then we can get deep in the woods on the standards that are being taught at the different grade levels to say, okay, we've reduced, not eliminated, but we've reduced some of the noise from 1, 2, and 3. Now we can say, all right, is it a grade level issue? Is it a content issue? Is it a building issue? All these different components. Until we get a chance to kind of eliminate or reduce the top 3, it's hard to say, look at your 5th grade math scores, they're low, when there could be all this other noise out there that we want to have discussions on. So that's the work we're doing with our principals. We met a few weeks ago to start looking preliminary at the data. We meet again this week to have discussions on what are the next steps. They're charged with having a content area and a grade level, K through 12. Well, really 3 through 12, sorry, we don't test in K1 and 2. But in grades 3 through 12, they're charged with having a grade level and a content area that will be their focus, so that we don't have 4 principals working on 4th grade math when we can have one working here, one working here, and kind of use each other as resources when they go through and try to dig into the data more. So that's some of the work we're doing with our building leaders, with our department chairs throughout the district. Just wanted to share that with you. And here's some of the data that you've seen. That's in your packet.
So that kind of, that's good, that's good. It sets the, we're trying to take out some of the variation across buildings by making sure technology, accessibility, those things are the same across all buildings. So take out that variation. And then, and I know that's where we're at right now, so I get it, I'm not, but then you start looking at other causes or other supports, for that, not causes, but supports. Some information out there that says free or reduced may correlate to test score performance.
There's a heavy correlation with free or reduced lunch.
So then back to our SOAR goals, that speaks to supports, maybe in some schools more so than in others, for example, things we want to explore.
Certainly things that we could explore.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we dig deeper, then you start to peel back the layers of all of the subgroup data and how we might need to be responding in different buildings, to your point.
Okay.
There's a lot of work that comes with your tier 2 and tier 3 students and what we dive into. There's questions about when you have a 4-point scale and if 1 and 2 is passing and 3 and 4 is not, do you work on the 3s to get them to 2s so they're passing, or do you work on the 4s to get them? And I think the answer is yes. You try to work with all of them as best you can to try to bring them all up as far as you can.
So I have a question, and I thought it would be addressed in this presentation, but I don't think it has. On September 14th in the Grand Rapids Press, on the front page, they had...
Of this year?
Yep.
Are you aware of the article? It says state high schools make the honor roll. It says U.S. News and World Report used data from the 2021 to 20, I think it was 2020 to 2021 school year to come up with the list. And so they ranked the top 50 schools. So Hudsonville in the year prior was ranked 37 and it dropped to 45. We had a difference of a placement of 8. And like Spring Lake went up 3 spots, they're now ranked 36. Jenison went up 7 spots and they're ranked 33. There's many schools that are ranked better than Hudsonville. Are you aware of this article?
Yeah,
What's contained in the U.S. News and World Report?
I don't know. Niche does the same thing. We have there's all sorts of those. We want you to buy our banners and put them in your buildings if your school's listed there. So I don't know. I know that one of them had our enrollment at the high school at 15, 14 something. There's 2,000 kids there. I can't speak what U.S. News does.
Yeah, and I think for the board members who've been around for a while, Ken and Mark, we've talked about this for years, that it's such a, I don't say random, because they would justify how they gather information, but it is clearly their own parameters based on what they prioritize. And if you looked at that article, in fact, I read that same article, if you looked at the article and dug in further, they gave the whole list of the different things that you got points for. So I don't know if you read that far into the article. Yeah.
The whole thing.
Did you read into where that part where they said, you know, it's based on these factors, these factors, these factors. And it's always interesting because I feel like, and maybe you can speak to that, Mark, I feel like those qualifications change every time.
Depending on the particular reporting agency.
I can't speak to it, quite frankly. I have some anxiety about that as well, and I guess I would need to read the article and find out the source of their criteria, what kind of criteria we're using and why.
Yeah, I just found it interesting because it was on the front page and Hudsonville took kind of a little bit of a beating on it.
Yeah, and again, maybe you recall, Ken, but like I said, as long as I've been on the board, every time that report comes out, there's conversation about what that means, what their criteria are, what their qualifications are. And based on my experience, every year is a moving target. So it would be interesting to go back to prior years to see, again, what data they're using. But if I recall, I wish I would have kept, I don't know if I read a different article. Did you read it online or? Okay, so maybe it was online where it went on then to talk about what they used to rank people. Because there was like 7, 8, 9 different factors.
I'll make it a point personally to look into it, and I like to look at the criteria they used this year, and then go back to maybe a couple of years back and see if there's any consistency. If not, then we'll look at it, but I'll look into that myself.
And it's not in this article, it may have been a follow-up, but there were some very clear items that they used for their rankings.
Yeah, I always like to be the top, so I like to find out why, but we're not.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it and you look at the schools that are ranked, they're very good schools. I mean, they're very good.
You do take those in my experience over the years, you take those with a big grain of salt, The criteria may change, the ranking, the numbers may not be right. There's a reason that Ivy Leagues are now backing out Columbia being the first one out of the U.S. News and World Report college ranking system, because they're like, this doesn't mean anything to us anymore. So that's one perspective I have. Another is that if you look, I mean, where was Godfrey Lee on the list?
Well, they didn't even make the list.
Exactly, but yet Godfrey Lee over the past decade or so has probably done more with a high free juice lunch group, check me on this stuff, and in terms of student performance, student achievement as measured here, than a lot of districts, but yet they don't even make the cut. And so now it's unfortunate because it makes it, to your point, Barb, it makes the front page, and so parents go, oh wait, Hudsonville.
I had someone that texted me, did you see your school district?
Yeah, but it's really unfortunate because I personally put 0 weight in them. And then you've got, who makes the top of the list every year in the state of Michigan? It's it's the International Academy. I had 3 nieces and nephews that attended the International Academy over in the east side of the state, and they're selective. They're selective. I mean, we've all heard the story about we take all the blueberries, whether their International Academy takes some blueberries. They may not admit that, but they do. Black River, I suspect the same thing.
Yeah,
So
Black
it's
River,
very,
well,
I think those rankings are not good. Not good for school systems, not good for colleges, and do more harm than good, is my own personal opinion, because there's so much variation, so much misinformation in those.
Well, before
It's my
we
opinion.
read the sodium chloride, maybe we should all go back and look at the last 2 or 3 years and see.
I've looked, and my opinion is the same.
I understand.
But you can look, feel
I
free.
will do that. I will do
So,
that.
And if anybody has their, I think I found the data, but I haven't seen the article.
I have the actual article at home in print.
Okay. It should be online.
I'll see if I can
Okay, or take,
scan it.
yeah,
It's pretty big.
it's kind of, yeah, I'm sure you can find it. You got it. Great.
at the end of the day,
Let's see what I can find
I wonder
this
how we, because we look, this is data. This isn't the US News stuff. This is data. So how do we share through school branding, through school marketing, through other activities, and say, well, here's how we stand. Here's how we stand relative to our peer group and relative to the rest of the ISD. And so we need to read Norris World Report, but there's the data. How do we brand that? How do we market that? That's probably something we're thinking about.
All right, any other questions on state assessment data? All right, moving on to enrollment.
Thanks. So I was asked to get some information about enrollment. The board should have this in front of you if they had time to take a look at it. I'm going to try to outline there's 4 different charts, 4 different pages there. The first one is the cohort change from last fall to this fall. I just want to make sure it's clear that when you got first graders in last year, they would be considered second graders this year. So if you look at the enrollment change from one year to the next, excuse me, the PK kindergarten to first grade is different because not all PKers go to kindergarten, not all kindergartners go to first, some stay 2. So that is one change that we don't normally use in there, but you can see the rest of it follows through. So we have 12 more second graders than we did first graders last year, if that makes sense. And you've got 5 more third graders and so forth. You'll see the high school change is one of the most dramatic changes. Again, this is from fall last year to fall this year, so those are comparable numbers. They are not audited numbers yet, so I can't tell you that they're still final, but they're getting closer by the day. Traditionally, you do see that a little bit more in high school, and you just went through the dropout numbers and the graduation numbers, and you don't see those traditionally in the middle school, but you do see those more at the high school level. The next chart is the building change from one year not. You can, and it is a little bit unique when we open the 5-6. No, it's too small. But
Okay, that's fine.
Do you all have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just checking.
Yeah. So the building changes from last fall to this fall. I just want to clarify, when we opened the 5-6 building, it opened up room in the elementary buildings to move PK back to the elementary buildings. So if you look at the early childhood center, you can look at that they lost some kids. Well, that's because we moved the PKs back to their home districts or their residential districts for pre-K. Allward obviously lost kids, Bauer lost kids, Georgetown lost kids, Park lost kids. They needed to lose kids because we took all the 5th graders and we sent them to the 5-6 building. So that's where those numbers come from. You can see there's an increase in Jamestown Upper. You can see there's a little bit of a decline in South. The 5-6 building change was 5 kids. So if you take all of the kids from those 4 elementaries, and then you take the 5-6 enrollment, the difference is 5 students. And then if you look at the high school change, it's 22 as they combine the freshman campus and high school combined, and that was a drop in 22. And then the last one talks about transfers in and out. So these are, if you look at the top line, there were 23 kids that transferred out of Hudsonville to a different state. There were 24 kids that transferred out from another state to Hudsonville. So we grew in that area.
Homeschooling, we had 18 kids transfer out to homeschooling. We technically had 30 that transferred in. 25 were here before, that all came back. 5 were new to us that weren't homeschooled that came back. So there's a difference, you can see between 18 and 30, there's actually an increase of 12 students that were homeschooled last year now in our district. Virtual students, 4 more students left to go to virtual. Parochial, we had 6 students that left to go to parochial. We had 1 additional student go to Allendale, 1 additional student from Byron Center came here. We had 3 more students from Jenison come to school here than went to Jenison. So we lost 19 to Jenison, but we got 22 from Jenison. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to make that sound funny. I'm just explaining the numbers that are there. Granville was a push. Zeeland, we lost 3-2. We had 4 students come to us from Holland, and 8 students come to us from West Ottawa. So the overall change from just our transfers, we had 32 more students come to us this year than left us that were here, if that makes sense from a transfer standpoint. The last piece of paper that I shared with you maybe has, trying to indicate a little bit of the why. So there's one number that's not on there because it's hard to put it on there, but we actually had 478 students graduate from Hudsonville Public Schools last year. We did not have 478 students come into Hudsonville this year. We had 399. So the difference between how many left from graduation and how many are new to us in pre-K and K is 79 students. So we would expect to decline 79 students, and overall our decline from one to the other was 50. So basically, from a math standpoint, we actually grew 29 students from what we would expect because our birth rates have changed, at least in Ottawa County, particularly in this area. When I say this area, I'm talking Granville, Jenison, Hudsonville. And the last sheet I shared with you is about housing. So the housing market has changed dramatically. If you look at the chart, a starter home in Hudsonville, Georgetown, the average sale price was $295,000 in 2020, and now the same home is $414,000. So it's about $120,000 increase for the same home. Well, on average. So let's be clear, it's still an average, which is a 40% increase over that time. It's a 6% increase from one year, but it's a 40% increase from 2020. The townhomes and condos, the average price went from $217 to $303, about a 39, almost a 40% increase. If you look at Jamestown Township, which everybody tells you how fast Jamestown Township is growing, I think those numbers will indicate that that is not even close to accurate. Number one, an average price went from $330 to $480. That's a $150,000 increase, a 46% increase. But also the number of sales went from 78 sales to 61. And the days on the market, even in the last year, have doubled for how long that something's on the market in Jamestown Township. That's for a single family home. And then townhomes, you can see the increase is not even worth repeating how drastic the increase is for townhomes in Jamestown Township. So talking with several people in the area, our enrollment is, I would say, positive compared to some of our peers that were listed earlier, particularly in this area because of affordable housing. The only increase that we're seeing right now is in the Holland and the West Ottawa area because of affordable housing. You are not seeing that in Grand Haven, Spring Lake, Jenison, Zeeland, Granville, or Hudson.
So just a couple things.
Yes.
So we have median and average, and you should go by the median. And the reason why is the median gives you a better representation, because if you have a house that's really cheap or really expensive, it throws off your average. So the median is a better representation. I just think we have to be careful when we look at this data. I do want to share with the board
enrollment counts for districts around us. I think we just have to be very cautious when we look at this. Inflation, the last 2 years, inflation in 2021 was 7%, and in 2022 it was 6.5%. Right now, the current 30-year mortgage interest rate is anywhere from 7.75 to roughly 8.467. So right now, it's expensive to sell your house and to buy a new house, so people aren't moving a lot. When you look at this data that you sent us, percent of list price received, if you look at just the Hudsonville and Georgetown, they've all been receiving above their list price. When you look at surrounding districts, I had the opportunity, I love numbers, I should have been an accountant. I love numbers, I love looking at data. But Hudsonville isn't any different from a lot of districts surrounding us. Byron Center, their average price right now is $415,000. It's up 23.9% year over year. It's also interesting, if you go to different sources, you see different data. I looked at Redfine and Rocket Homes, and the data is a little bit different between the two. But I just think we need to be very, very cautious. Because when you look at the sheet that has enrollment history for Hudsonville area schools, the surrounding district, Byron Center is going up. You know, and Byron Center had the highest home pricing. I just think we need to be cautious. Granville Public Schools, interesting, their enrollment has gone down, but this year they are competing in Flight 1 for marching band instead of Flight 2. And I believe that's based on their high school enrollment. But they're in Flight 1 this year.
They've been in Flight 1 past years.
They're in Flight 1 last year.
Since my son is March, they've been in
Yeah, I
Flight 1.
went to, and I don't remember Granville in Flight 1. I always thought they were
Granville
Flight
marching
2.
band's been in Flight 1 for a number of years. Yes.
I always thought they were Flight 2, and I've been at all of them last year. Well, anyhow, I know, I just think we need to be very cautious when we look at all of this data, because there are so many factors.
I completely agree.
So
I was
many
just asked to provide some data for the board.
Well, and it does speak to the question about buildings, because if I remember right, the building data as far as homes and population is what the state uses to determine what we can build, but they give us a 5-year window. So when you're looking at some of the data about homes and areas around here, we need to keep in mind the 5-year data, that if there is a trend overall in Ottawa County and the state of the population going down and less children, that's a factor we have to keep an eye on when we're looking at expanding buildings. Because if the trend is similar in Ottawa County as well as surrounding areas, that may be a national trend that has nothing to do with a particular school district or a particular county, but just the trends in the state. So I agree, we have to keep an eye on the trends, especially in the area of our building, and where we see things going in the next stage of building.
I mean, Ottawa County remains Michigan's fastest growing county, among the state's 10 most populous. In Jamestown Township and Holland Township showed the biggest population growth at 2.8% between 2020 and 2021. I was going to ask Pat.
It's 3 years. It's right here.
Pat, what did we budget for student growth for the budget?
19.
An increase of 19?
Yes.
Barbara, can I
Go ahead.
jump in there? That was a couple of questions I had. Number one, I want to commend Dr. Vanderjack and the administration for getting us the information on in and out, because I've been asking for that for almost a year. So that's good data to have, and thank you very much for doing that. I don't necessarily, I mean, I understand the rationale we're trying to make with the housing cost, but I was just looking at census data, and the census data, and for the children under 18 years of age, 31%, and this is from 2022, 31% of the population in Jamestown Township is 18 years or younger. The district, the state average is 21%. 27% of the kids in Georgetown Township are 18 and under. 31% of the population in Hudsonville City is 18 and up. So we've got a lot of kids there. Okay. I guess my biggest question here is that from an economic standpoint, actually, I'm not going to ask a question, I'm going to make a statement. From an economic standpoint, we've got a number of people in the area that for one reason or another in bad economic times are choosing to send their kids to private schools at $9,000, $10,000 a pop. Okay, now, we have to understand that, and we have to say, okay, why is that happening? You know, and that's why I wanted to have the questions asked when people leave the district. Why are you leaving? What is causing you to go somewhere else? Do something different. I remember several people during their comment section told us different things about what was going on. Now, it's interesting that we planned on a 19 student count increase. Okay, I'm assuming that to come up with that number, you looked at some data. Okay, what data did you look at? Did you have this data from page 4 and 5 here on the housing costs? Did you even look at that? Because, I mean, I wouldn't have looked at that because I don't think it's that relevant to the conversation. But what did you look at, Pat?
Trend data and where we were tracking. You know, we had strong kindergarten enrollment numbers at the time.
Yep.
And so that was mostly.
Okay, and I obviously,
Yeah.
so what happened, you were planning on 19 more, you got 50 less. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at as a board member too. Our administration determined by the best data that you could come up with that you were gonna have an increase, and yet we lost 50.
Right.
So we can't paint that as that's what we expected, or here's why that happened, because if we are saying here's why that happened in October, you're sharp people. You knew that, or you should have known that in May or June. There's been no big dynamics that have changed between May and June from a census perspective and data out there to right now. Okay, that's
Well, to full transparency, that was the 79 students that are less than what graduated.
right.
So we
No, I
actually,
understand
we actually
that.
are 10 above what
Yeah.
was projected.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that.
Okay.
Pat, you made an excellent point. I have a couple other questions I want to ask. Is there any concern from your perspective on what the projection was 19 to what the actual was minus 50?
So any concern, I mean, you'd love to hit, you'd love to hit your projection. Are you talking about a financial?
Yeah, and you and I had a conversation. I just want everybody else to hear what you.
So it's with a district our size, we're pretty much at a place where we have, and then the 5-6 building helped this. We can get really close to scheduling efficiency because just with our size. The district that's 1,000 to 3,000, it gets a lot tougher. But when we're looking at next year's staffing, we can adjust for that. And because of the district's longstanding, and this is the conversation we had in a lot more detail at the finance committee.
Mm-hmm.
You just change your staffing. You know, if we were the smaller our elementary schools, it's tougher to be super efficient. But with where we are with our financial performance on fund balance, this, $500,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
But it's also well within, we had years where we projected 60 and we got 230. So we've had those years too. And it wasn't like, that in May, because we're we're projecting, you talked about what we should have known in May.
Uh-huh. Or could have known.
Yeah, it's just, we track what a kindergarten class is looking like.
Sure.
And if we're having a lot of kids leave during the year, because we measure kids in February, and we take a look at kids at the end of the year, so
Mhm.
we take a lot of different data points in play, but with our fund balance, you know, if we were at 5% fund balance, $500,000 would, you know, we would have to be changing some things this year.
Absolutely.
There'd be some purchases we'd have to forego, but with where we are, we will adjust for that next year, and it's that big ship. You don't want to turn too quickly.
Right.
And we left, you know, Ann recommended to cabinet, you know, there's a couple positions that we could have, you know, as far as staffing this year, but we said, hey, if they come, how are we gonna staff up for it then?
Right.
So it's just taking advantage, and you adjust for it next year.
And that's one of the things that concerns me looking forward, is that the budget may not be as full of as much COVID funding and other things that we normally have, and then $700,000 plan versus what we get because of account could be a significant thing that we're dealing with. And listen, the questions that I'm asking and the statements that I'm making are not "I gotcha" stuff. It's just these are things that I'm thinking, and I want to get your feedback on it. Now, how many students shifted from Jenison to Hudsonville because of the change in busing?
Yep, I don't know.
Because I remember those conversations that we were having about.
They still have,
Right.
there's still buses that are picking them up.
Right. But I've talked to people in the Rolling Woods area, because my boy lives right over there, in that area. And a lot of people now, the realtors are telling them, instead of saying you can go to Jenison or Hudsonville, they're still saying that, but they're also saying to them, but eventually there's only going to be the buses there for Hudsonville. So that's good for people to know that, so that they can make decisions going forward on those types of things. So that was another question that I would have. And then Pat, you made an excellent comment on Thursday last week, because I was asking about enrollment, and you had this comment, I took it down. You pointed out that sometimes the optimum situation would be for no growth and just staying steady with our enrollment. Increasing infrastructure is sometimes more costly than the additional money that we receive based on student count. And that was an excellent observation. So my question is, and if we don't have the answer right now, based on the buildings that we have right now and that we're going to have completed over the next year of this bond issue, I'd like to know, do we know what our optimum student count is for our current infrastructure? And if we don't, I think that's a relevant thing to have.
Yeah, we knew. I mean, we're seeing. We're experiencing things right now, like at the middle at Baldwin. We've got one class less. We're experiencing. Doug talked about the 4 elementaries that feed the 5, 6 that now they go to Baldwin. So the classes, the schools, you know, Park's kind of off the board because they're under construction.
Mm-hmm.
But Bauer, we were busted at the seams. Georgetown, we had portables at Georgetown. So we certainly don't feel cavernous.
Yeah.
Like we've got lots of extra space. So, and then we estimated, we've been talking about, because the finance committee's work, we've been estimating for a couple of years that we were going to add $1.2 million of infrastructure costs for the 5, 6 building. You know, we're fine tuning that estimate, but yeah, it feels like the north side is pretty spot on. I mean, and those 4 buildings did probably perform better. It's fair to say they perform better than the south side.
Now, what do we look at, like, 3-year plans and 5-year plans going out as far as what we expect our enrollment to be?
Well, we get deeper into the weeds on the enrollment planning
Uh-huh.
when we get near the bond issues.
Uh-huh.
So we bring in sources like Stanford. We've pulled them, I've been in districts where we've used them, not for bond work, but that's the primary purpose, and they bring in demographic factors, they bring in new housing starts, live births, all those things, they figure out how much you're historically capturing of the live, it kind of sounds harsh to say live birth, but that's literally what the demographers call it, but yeah, we haven't done that since the 2019 bond, because the trend line for Ottawa County in general was growth. And I know a lot of my colleagues we talked about it last Friday. A lot of my colleagues that sit in my chair have seen their housing prices in their district are becoming an issue. And some of that work we're learning too. We're learning some of the whys, but some of that could be somebody that can move in, can afford to pay for private education.
Right.
And so we don't know all the answers.
Right.
You know, Dr. Vanderjack is leading a group where they're actually surveying the people who lead the district.
Yeah.
So we're getting better data all the time.
Because when I look at 2018 numbers, we're at 6733. 5 years later, we're at 6742. Okay, nine students. Okay, now if someone said to me 5 years from now, we're going to be at 9 students increase, then it really makes your job much simpler in so many ways, because we don't have to worry about buildings and those types of things. But that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking at, and that's what the questions that I had. And I appreciate the fact that I'm starting to see some data here. And I'm just gonna read this because I don't want to misstate it. My concern with enrollment centers around declining enrollment numbers in an area which has experienced the highest growth in the entire state over the past 13 years. That's a fact. In an area where our private schools are experiencing growth above projections. That's a fact. We need to know what is driving the decrease in students in spite of the population growth in our district. Then we can be proactive in addressing the enrollment and matching our infrastructure to the number of children we will need to educate. That's all I want. I'm not pointing at anybody and saying, how could we lose 50 students and that's your fault or that's my fault? I'm not looking to do. I just want to know why we're making the assumptions we're making, what we're doing going forward, and so we can have the best idea possible on what we need for this district. That's all. And so, I'm concerned about some of the enrollment numbers, but I'm also happy with the fact that I got some data that I was been asking for the last 9 months, and I want to commend you for that. Forgive me. I don't necessarily think that some of the things have that much of an impact as others, but some of the things that I think you may think is the same way. So I just want to have those conversations. And that's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at these numbers.
Barb, I'm sorry, Mark.
No, you go ahead.
Real quick, I was wrong. You were right. I apologize. You were correct. Granville was flight 2 the last 3 years. So my mistake. I apologize for that.
That's okay. Thank you.
Yep. Just briefly, I'm looking at this from the narrower perspective. If I just look at Hudsonville Public with the 2 Christian schools locally here, and if these numbers are accurate, the Barb handed out, and I helped collect some of this data as well. We're fishing from the same pond. And I would like us not to be dismissive, not that anybody's trying to do that, but when I hear the rationales here, it sounds like rationalization. If we're losing students, we have to ask hard questions about why we are losing students and how we can stop the bleeding. I go to church with a fellow who's a consultant for area Christian schools in Michigan and Indiana, and I was talking with him a couple of Sundays ago. He was quite shocked to hear that we were losing students. He said the Christian schools are going crazy with their growth. There might be other factors. I just don't want to be dismissive by putting these factors on the table and ignoring the fact that we are losing students. That's the bottom line to me. We're losing students. We need to ask why we're losing students. I think the community is speaking to us. I think they've been speaking to us for some time in multiple ways. And I think this is their voice again. We need to listen.
Now, if I go back, I just want to make sure I'm tracking with the data correctly. So if I go back into the previous group of slides, the peer group, student count, and free reduced lunch, am I seeing there that in 2020, Ottawa ISD, all the schools in the ISD were flat in enrollment. Our peer groups on the east side of the state were flat.
What slide is one?
Over here. There's not a slide. Oh, I guess it's maybe slide 21 to 54.
Page 20, okay, thanks.
21. So am I seeing that the trend data is consistent between our peers, the ISD, and Hudsonville? Am I for the past 3 years? Now, the unfortunate thing is COVID's not unfortunate. Well, COVID's in there, so we do want another year or two. But am I interpreting that data correctly? Correct. Okay. So that's saying, well, all the schools in the ISD are losing. And
Well, on average. So
on
on
average,
average, I would tell you that West Ottawa and Holland have grown. Zealand, Grand Haven, Spring Lake, and Jenison lost more students than we did.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So Doug, for Jenison, I have for the Michigan.
I'm talking
school
about
data.
this, I'm talking about this year.
Where are they this year?
Okay,
23, 24.
because nothing's released yet for this year.
That's
but
correct.
They went up between 21, 22, they went up 22, 23.
They
So
did
you're
not
saying
this
this year they went down?
That's correct. And I can't report on those numbers. I can tell you what they've shared because they're not audited numbers. And I'm not going to report on them. But I will tell you, looking at the county numbers, we did not decline as much as other districts. Percentage, Spring Lake did not as many students, but percentage-wise, it was a larger percentage.
But on average, all three of those groups are flat.
There are fewer students in Ottawa County public schools this year than last.
Yeah.
Period. Yeah. Even with the increase
It's
in
an interesting,
Holland.
that's interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can't speak on, you talk about the fastest growing county, I know that was a couple years ago. I don't know what that looks like now. It could still be.
Yes, I was
it
just.
still could be it still could be, but it's not growing
Yeah.
at all, but everybody else is losing. There are 6,000 kids missing in Michigan schools.
Well,
Period.
I
That haven't
just,
gone to school.
in fact, I can give you all the data, because I used to work with the Census Bureau when I was with the Postal Service, that's part of my job. And then I worked on the census in 2010, and I know where these some, I'll give you.
And that
this.
was in 2020, right?
This is 22, because they make estimates every year based on test samplings and stuff like that. So I'll give this to you so you can take a look at it. And once again, I'm not debating that so much as I want us to know what we're projecting, why we're projecting it, and then get, cause if Pat would have said to me, Greg, we projected a 50 student loss 6 months ago, and these are the reasons why, I would have put my paper down and said, okay, he's right on there. Now, Mark's question still might have been relevant, but a lot of the questions that I asked wouldn't have been, because you would have answered them with that.
I think one thing we don't know back in May is how many kindergartners are going
Right.
to show up. And that was a 79 decline from what we graduated. And that's a
Yeah.
significant number. It's at a
Sure.
birth rate.
Yeah.
I know they didn't send all their kindergartners to Baroque. I don't know where
Yeah.
they went. I mean, we lost 6 kids to
Sure.
Baroque. I can't
that's-
speak on their numbers, but I can speak on what at least their leadership
Right.
says about the numbers. And
Right.
It was an interesting
Right,
conversation.
exactly.
Just that slide 21 and 54 speaks to me significantly, because there may be this notion that, well, everybody in the county is growing except for Hudsonville. And that data, if the data is correct, that just tells a different story than that. Now, some may be going to parochial, and I'm not disagreeing that we shouldn't have these discussions, as we talked the other night.
Right, right.
I'm not disputing that. It's just that, It's just, I look at that slide and it's like, oh, that's a pretty telling slide. It tells some story. Also, just the county dynamics, the big, I believe, this is gut, this is not based on data, but I believe the big, the companies that are doing a big bunch of the hiring in the county are along the lake shore. They're west. It's the Gentexes, it's the LGs, it's the Herman Millers, it's those folks, and they're on the west side of the county, and they are looking for people desperately, and the housing prices, and now we're talking about, is that accurate or not? But maybe the housing prices are a little lower there, obviously not along the lake, but inward. But those are where the big employers, I think, in the county are located.
Intuitively, that makes sense.
For operators, you know, that are just looking for folks to come in and run parks and manage plants. We have them here, nothing to take away from Apex or anybody else, but we're not, I don't think we're nearly as big. Yanfeng is another one, which has been going down, but still, the big employers are over there, I believe.
I will just say that the data that I have in front of me, I just pulled today, it's from April of 2020 to April of 2022. It shows Ottawa County growing at 1.6% population. The state lost population, 0.5%. Jamestown Township is up 3.4% in the last 2 years. Georgetown Township, 1.5% increase, and Hudsonville City, 1%. So we are growing. I got the data, right from the Census Bureau website. And that's the only question, because if we were losing 3 or 4%, what would that look? Would that be 200 students? Those are the only questions that I'm looking at.
I think a piece of that too, Greg, is that what's it gonna look like when the 23 data gets updated? You're talking about April 22.
Yeah.
And we saw that last year when we had the state revenue estimating conference. They show that chart of Ottawa County being the grower, but it was a year old. What's it gonna be like when the April 22, April 23 data comes out?
So anyway, I appreciate the conversation, and these are legitimate questions that I have. Not I got your questions, but just things that I want us to think about as we move forward and look at stuff.
And I only looked at districts that surrounded Hudsonville. So I'll go back and I'll look at our peer in Ottawa County. I'll update the spreadsheet and send it to the board. Maybe by the weekend. Dr. Vanderjack, a question into this transfers in and out from last year to this year. How were you able to gather this data? Because just a couple months ago, I know Greg had been asking for it and you said it was really hard to capture and you didn't have anything at that time.
So we have to pull it from our student management system, and every secretary enters the data a little differently. So it's not like you can run a report. We don't code like who goes where. They put it in the comment section. So you have to take 240 comments, and I ask my amazing administrative assistant to code them. So Robin codes them, and it takes a lot of time. Once you get them out, then you got to code them, then you got to count them, then you got to check them, and you got to do the same thing with it. So it's not something that is just generated by clicking a button.
Yeah, well, thank you, because I know we have been asking for this and you didn't have anything. I'm
Well,
wondering.
we didn't
moving
have it until
forward-
the count, which was
Sure.
October too. So it's not like we had it for a month. That was, we're still in October.
Right here, is there a better process that you can develop moving forward so it's not so time intensive?
We deal with humans entering data. So I would say the only option we have is to code every transfer in or out with its own code, which would give us well over a couple hundred codes. It would just be too hard to train everybody. It works, it just takes time.
To Dr. Vanderjack's point and to Pat's point, since the biggest issue seems to be the number of kids coming in as opposed to the number of kids that left, I guess we'd have to ask Robin to track down how many kindergarten age kids, obviously which you can't do, kindergarten age kids are in our district and where are they? But we can't do that. We don't have that data. But
I would say the same. I think it'd be really helpful to see how many over the last 5 years, for example, how many kindergartners are coming in versus
seniors leaving.
Mhm.
I think that would tell us a lot.
Well, a lot of times though, the kindergartners don't come in.
Sure,
They come in their first grade year.
Right.
The parents might not think they're ready, or they don't want them to leave, or
Yeah.
there's so many, I mean, it's a lot easier to look at third grade rates.
Okay.
I'm just saying that this was a unique year
Yeah.
where we lost 79 students from what we graduated to what we got in.
And that's an important.
And if it wasn't for those 79, if it was a push between the two, then we would have been up 29 students.
Mhm.
And we budgeted 19.
Don't we have, is it coming up, don't we have a very large senior class that's like around 600?
No, it's 5, 7, it's on that sheet.
It's not a grade class, sophomore
Is it
class.
It's junior class, it's on what you have in front of you.
Okay.
If you look at
Juniors.
slide,
The 10th grade, isn't it?
it should be 11th on there.
Why is it
Yeah, it's all count 11, 555.
All in here, it's
Yeah. But if you look, not only that, if you look at grades 4, 5, 6, and 7, they're all in the
They're all in the
mid-fives,
500s.
right? So there's so many variables out
Yeah.
there, and it's not blame. It's not. I think you have to address that you've lost students. What does that look like? I know Jenison, Zealand, we're having the same conversations about what that looks like. So I don't know. And there's just a lot of, well, I got all this COVID money, so I could send my kid to a parochial for a couple of schools. I don't know. Is it because of the size of the building versus, having a basketball team with 600 kids versus having a basketball team with 2,000 kids? I don't know. We're surveying the people that left. I think we have, how many do we have so far?
We have 25 responses.
25 responses. So we're starting to look at that data. I haven't had a chance to read all of them yet, but.
Good, thank you very much, I appreciate that.
And, housing prices have exploded here, and maybe the folks that are moving in can afford.
But they have everywhere, Andrew.
Yeah.
Housing prices are way up.
Well, I think
Not
not
inflation.
every district has a unity. Right. Not exactly Christian either. I mean, we have very good Christian schools in our community that is unique to Hudson.
But Holland also has way more apartments
That's
and trailer parks. So if you look at the data, 55% of West Ottawa is free and reduced lunch, 64% of free and reduced lunch is Holland Public. They also have a very large Alice project going on where they're trying to find affordable housing for people. And they're one of the only places in Ottawa County that will do it.
Right.
And so to me, the growth in Holland and West Ottawa is not the type of growth that you compare to Hudsonville or Jenison or Zealand. So I just think like that needs to be a factor.
Totally. This has been very helpful. I know Robin too, doing all that work. And this is exactly what I've been looking for. This is quicker. There's not one reason. And that's why I'm be interested to see what the survey said. Because that'd be really helpful. Be really helpful.
Answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, because there's probably 8 different things that have been mentioned in this discussion that make total sense to me that could impact the count. What do we live in?
Just a quick question, Doug, I helped work on this chart here. Should I take the full-time students number or the total pupils?
I don't know what you're looking
One is 6732, double underline, one is 6742.
What's it say at the very top of that document?
It's the document that they put together.
Oh, this one here. No,
What is the very
this
top
one,
say?
this one here.
What is the very top say?
HPS student count draft.
It's the draft
here.
October.
October. I didn't know if it was a spring. We have a spring one.
October
That's what I was
2023. You sent it to us.
Okay, so that's the, so it's this year's.
on the total full-time.
Yeah, full-time.
Yeah.
Full-time students?
Yeah.
Okay, then my number was off 10 on here. It should be 6732. And I'll make that correction. Yeah, I just repeat, I know old ministers repeat themselves a lot.
Mark, where do you see 67? Oh, you're looking at total pupils versus
Yeah.
full-time.
Did I have that number right?
No, Robin, I think it is the total pupils. It's the right. You have the right number on the sheet.
Okay, 6740. Okay.
Whoever put this sheet together.
Yeah, I put that together, so, yeah. And, yeah, just to repeat, we're fishing the same pond as Hudsonville Christian and that's where my mind is, and we're competing with them for students, and for some reason they're gaining or we're losing. And all of the discussions aside, that's a very critical issue to me.
And I appreciate that, Mark, because I know there have been expressions from those in our community. But at the end of the day, there's a stark question. Can we provide
Christian-oriented curriculum in the public school to satisfy those individuals. Because if that is what they're searching for, and that's why they're attending a parochial school, that is not within a public school charter. So even though some may have left because they're dissatisfied, choosing then to either homeschool or go to a Christian school is a choice that their family's making based on what they want to see in their education. And I think we need to keep in mind, like you said, we're pulling from the same pool. Parents have the choice, which is a good thing. And sometimes you just have to realize that different parents make different choices based on where they're at in life. But I don't think we can extrapolate from that we're necessarily doing something wrong. And that's not what you said, but that is the impression your comment made to me.
Well, that was my intent.
Okay.
That was my intent. So
Then
you did not misunderstand me.
I spoke
It was-
accurately to what it felt like was your intent, and I think it's important to recognize that there is a difference, but that difference has a clear line between what a public school is expected and required to do versus the flexibility a Christian school has, including the choice of curriculum.
That was true 2 years ago. That was true 3 years ago. That's been true forever. It isn't just something that came on in 2023.
There were a few interesting circumstances that happened in 2020, weren't there?
Absolutely.
Yes, there were.
All right, moving on, non-homestead options.
So we have, thought we'd tee this up a little early, so we could try to cross this bridge. We would like to recommend to the board in early 2024 an option for renewing our non-homestead millage. We're really not looking at making decisions today. We're looking at, here are some options, so the board is aware. We have 3 options for a non-homestead renewal, which we would hope the board would support one of the 3 because we feel it is important to the operational budget of our district. Again, these are non-homestead, which means these are businesses, second homes in the area. They are not primary residents. Last year, we asked our voters for a 1-year non-homestead renewal, which was approved. We have a 5-year sinking fund that was also approved at the same time. We have 3 options. Number 1, we could ask for a 1-year non-homestead renewal, which is similar to what we've done every year for the past now 28 years. We could ask for a 4-year non-homestead renewal, which would get us to the sinking fund cycle and then go 5 years from there. Or we could ask for a 5-year sinking fund or a non-homestead renewal, which would then put us in concurrent years with sinking fund then non-homestead. The latest number that we have for the cost of running an election, which we'll have to run this May, is about $48,570. So it cost us roughly $50,000 to run an election. That will not get less, that will only get more, higher. So this May, we'll have to run an election. The question for the board will be, what do you want to talk about between 1 year, 4-year, and 5-year? If the answer is 1 year, the education for the district is as similar as we've done in the past. Here's what a non-homestead is. It's an 18 mil non-homestead request. If it's a 4 or 5 years, then there would be an education to the district to ask for a 20 mil request, including the Headley override, which will keep it at 18 mil. So, as I explained last year, yep, you were all here. I was looking around, I think everybody's here. That you had, in fact, the crowd might be the same people that are here, I don't know. So, when you ask for the 20 mils, you can only levy 18. And every year as it continues to drop, it still stays above the 18, so you levy the 18. After 4 or 5 years, depending on the request, you could jump back up to 20 and it keeps going down, but you always levy the 18 mils. If it drops below it, it'll be slightly below it. It won't drop dramatically below the 18 mils. So the question is, what do you want? And I don't know if you had to have that discussion, but I didn't want to wait and catch everybody off guard in January. I know it gets busy with the holiday season and our meetings and everything in November, December. I didn't want to wait.
So if we did a 4-year, that gets us on cycle when we have to ask for the next sinking fund.
That is correct.
Why would we want to do a 5-year? Why?
I just throw it out there
What-
because
what
that's
is
what
the
we had
5 year?
asked, that was the request of the board last year until we moved to a 1 year.
But we would not be on
That's
a
correct. You
similar
would,
cycle.
it'd be every, you go 2 years, then you have 3 years off, then 2 years, then 3 years off. I can tell you my opinion, but I would recommend a 4-year.
Yeah, I don't know why we would do a 5-year. It's
But I-
cost, right?
Just throwing it out there.
Discussion, board?
I remember, I think we received notes from nearly every clerk in the district, highly recommending that we go to a longer distance, just the cost savings alone. The one, so the 4-year, obviously, that with that lens makes sense. I think there was some concern though last time with asking for a 5 and a 5 together, that even though it's 2 completely different pools that the taxes are going towards, it's to the community, it may look like it's a big ask. At the same time, we're asking for 2 different proposals, a 5-year link, if I'm making any sense. Yeah. So we did 4, we're gonna run into that same potential confusion in 4 years, we're gonna go for 5 and 5 again.
I'll try to minimize that for you. The biggest education is around the non-homestead and the Headley override. So if we could do that in an off cycle of not doing it during the sinking fund, it would at least get the education. I'm not gonna say out of the way, because some people will still, which is fine, but I'm just saying, once the message and understanding how the Headley override works, it doesn't impact, it's a non-homestead still, it's just Headley, it's just not, you don't have to vote for it every year. If we could do that in an off cycle, which could be in May, then at least 4 years from now, you have 2 of them on the ballot that all we're asking is a renewal.
Especially doing it for the first time.
Correct.
Yeah.
The cost is not reimbursed by the ISD.
It is not.
It's-
So you just, again, I totally get now educating them once. I just know 4 years from now, people are gonna probably forget about the Headley override, and we're gonna have.
But the documentation could look the same, and then it looks similar. Then it's a request to renew versus a request to do something different. The sinking fund will look different in 5 years or 4.5 years anyway, because we'll hopefully add school buses to it, which we're not in the current one, and that now that is eligible, so we'd like to redo that language. So trying to minimize the change, but again, if you want to do a 1 year every year, we will
That's from our clerks in particular, they, in every township and city in our district, they were all very much wanting us to go to longer distance.
And I can tell you that getting workers for those votes is just about as difficult as the cost. So doing a less frequent voting would probably be appreciated from a staffing perspective, because they have to get volunteers and train them. And last time you're desperate for people, they almost like that sign, let's volunteer next year to man a poll.
Stick around and take the vote,
Yeah.
stick around for a little bit.
When would you like an answer, and do you wanna bring this back for the discussion decision?
We have to, January 14, I believe, we have to ballot language, have to have a resolution by then, so. If we can have some direction now, we can start preparing. I would say if there's a change based on maybe discussion now, that we could tee it up, and maybe a discussion item at the December, we don't have a work session in December. Our November work session is pretty full, so.
And our January board meeting is not until January 18, so.
We'll have to figure something out. I think it's the 14th, so checking the
Is
date.
there anybody that feels strongly they want to stay with 1 year? I guess that's the question, Art. Do you feel strongly that you want to stay with the 1 year?
I was gonna say I have no strong feelings about
Okay,
this.
and same here.
And that's unusual.
Yes. What about Greg? Any strong feelings?
No.
Okay, so does that give you,
It does.
okay.
I would say 4, I don't think 5 is a good idea.
I'm hearing 4.
I'll
I'll recommend 4.
Okay.
Well, we want to draft the language. I mean, it's a resolution that we have to go. And it's a ways away, but it also gives us a chance to prepare documentation, information that we'll have to get out ahead of this. And And I'm not saying that it might not pass, but we do have options if it doesn't, to go back to our voters for maybe a 1 year or something like that. In August, will take a little bit of a ding. It's about $60,000, but we'll figure it out.
I would say that there's a couple things I'm thinking about. One of them is the fact that I've just been talking about finances. So it would be kind of disingenuous for me to look at 700,000 over here and then say, let's add 200,000 over here. And the second thing is that I think that the way the projections look right now as far as enrollment, we're probably not going to be going back to the voters for anything else, unless something changes dramatically around here.
And please understand that enrollment fluctuates in a district this size in different areas of the
Right,
district.
no, right, I understand.
So Jamestown, if Jamestown does start to build houses at the rate Georgetown did, that would look different.
Yeah,
If Georgetown
absolutely.
puts a lift station at 48th and Bauer, it changes Glendon Township, which changes the north side of Bauer and the west side of 48th, which dramatically changes Bauer Elementary. So,
yeah, I mean, there are things that could happen.
and there might be other things that the board might want to look at that we cannot afford to do with operational or sinking fund that might require an additional bond, whether it's, air conditioning is one of them. We do not have the operational dollars to put in air conditioning. But it might be the decision the board's like, you know what, we want to do something like that. So those are conversations we have.
You should actually do with Stafford.
Fred Ignatovich, him with Fred, with Stanford and Associates. Fred's,
Ballpark, you're out 6 months out, 2 years out. Just curious.
there's been, let's just say we might have to look for other means. There's been some other work that's been done with projections in the area that we're not providing the information they wanted either. So our discussion here tonight is very important, but I can tell you that it would be a lot different if we had run these numbers and it was suggesting a 60 student growth, and it wasn't. And some districts are seeing a projection of 80 or 90 addition and losing 70 or 80 kids. That's a big deal. So yes.
All right, high school courses, math.
So this is just a continuation. We've walked through the elementary course approvals as well as middle school approvals. And as requested, I'll continue to come back with high school course approvals now, probably by content area. So these are the math courses that we offer at the high school with links there to state standards as well as all of the course descriptions in the course study.
Questions for Amy?
No, these are new.
None of these are new.
There's no calculus quiz at the end, if that's what you're asking. Appreciate that.
Thank goodness.
So there's discussion at the state level around personal finance becoming, being eligible to take home math credits.
Yes.
Not approved yet, that's why we don't see it anymore.
It, so
That's
the
legislation.
legislation, the legislation has passed, that is a requirement for this year's 8th graders moving forward. And so we're working through those details at the high school. You can embed those standards, the standards can be embedded in multiple classes. And so that's the part that we're processing through now. How will we offer that required personal finance, additional 0.5 credit? And so
So it can be spread across other classes, or it can be a standalone class?
or it can be a standalone class,
But what
or
I'm going to say is maybe we don't want to do a standalone class. That may not be the best approach.
I think that we're looking at all of those approaches because we do have within our business, we do have a personal finance class.
Yes.
And so we have to drill down to the standard level. And so that's the work that our business teachers are doing right now to say all of the standards that are required, where are they offered, as well as tying in SOAR, right? So we're going back to life preparedness and all of those pieces.
Exactly.
What intentionality might we want to have with how we provide this course?
Gotcha.
And just to be clear, that falls under a business where these are the math courses. So even a course in business could count as a math credit. That makes sense. But it won't fall under here, it'll fall under business.
And it may lend itself to then further further board policy changes due to credit increase of 0.5. So there's
Yeah,
lots
there's
of
some
moving
moving
parts, but
pieces, yeah.
that will all come for our future selves.
And right now, the personal finance class that we offer is not required.
It is not, it's an elective course.
Any other questions on math?
That will come to the board in
November.
We also, just so the board knows, you looked at the middle school courses that we covered, and we did not include it in the board meeting last time. So we're gonna add that to the board meeting. You've already discussed, I've not heard any feedback, but we wanna make sure we get it in there as board approved. So that'll come, those two will come at the same time. I neglected to put it on the board meeting agenda, sorry.
Sounds good.
And Barb, did you say that there were going to be 3 people missing at the November board
I
meeting?
believe so. I think Andrew's gone. Ken, don't you have that delegate assembly?
There is, depending on the agenda, I may forego that or take another tack at that, but as of right now, yes.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask, does anybody have any concerns who isn't going to be here about any of these things that we're talking about? I mean, I don't.
But you're gonna be there.
That we're gonna vote, yeah. That we're gonna be voting on in
Yeah.
November, okay.
Not so far.
Okay.
Next Thursday.
Yeah, okay.
We need to hear.
If you're not, we
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, we do.
You better tell me now.
Where's Dawn?
I am here.
All right, next up we have our trip request.
Choir trip going to Chicago. The band kids going to Orlando next Christmas break, so 14 months from now. Also for the Winter Guard to go to Illinois, as well as the Drumline, the Winter Guard, and then the Winter Guard, to go to Dayton. So 4 trip request, they've gone before, standard request. Any questions? We can go into details, but we've seen these before, it's nothing new. But we want to make sure you look at them so that we'll bring these to the board then in the consent agenda next week, Thursday.
Any questions on the trip request?
I think so appreciate them filling out the form and doing the process timely.
No, it's
After several years of
it's a
it
big
being an
step.
issue.
Might not have done anything right, but that really nice.
Yeah.
The form's the same, right? Every year?
Form's the same. The timeline should be the same, but yes.
All right, next up is our Board of Conduct. We are going to review codes 1 through 5.
And Barb, can you maybe tee us up, just a little bit of background, right? Our goal here is to review them, and what's the objective again?
Is to review them and see if they need to be changed, I guess.
Okay.
If you're happy with them, or
I think actually the premise is there areas of improvement, but not necessarily whether we're amending them, at least that was my understanding. To review them, make sure we all understand what they mean, and are there areas as a board where we can create goals for improvement.
all right, the first one. I will fairly and equally represent all students under the care of Hudsonville Public Schools, recognizing the number one concern is the educational welfare of all students. I personally feel that each one of us here is very vested in the educational welfare of all students, and I think we all care very much for the students of this district. Any questions on that?
Maybe the thing that strikes me is that there's changes going on in our student body, in our community, and the world. There's dynamics going on, and so it's a time of listening and discerning about some of those changes, and what those mean, and how they affect our student body, and how they affect our, just listening and understanding. That's the thing. It's a changing, evolving student body, and so we just have a lot of listening and discerning there. I don't question your point, Barb. I think everybody cares about students, but we just need to listen and understand what's happening. It could be mental health, it could be LGBTQ, it could be a wide range of areas that just didn't feel like we were thinking about 10, 20 years ago. to the extent. School shootings, I mean, just all that stuff that's going on.
Don, you're taking notes on this discussion? Sorry. I just know this is a board discussion on this, and I don't want to interfere, but I just want to make sure that if there's anything that changes.
Or you take notes, or I can take notes. I was taking notes as secretary, you can take notes. I will delegate.
There we go.
Sorry, Don, I didn't mean to, I'm just thinking.
No, I'm just looking for a hard copy of that, so I could write right on it.
Here, can mine.
You can pull the
You got
poster
an
down
extra?
if you want. Pull the poster.
All right. Any other comments on the first one? Hearing none. Number 2, I will conduct business of the board openly and honestly and avoid any conflict of interest. When I'm reading this one, I think especially for newer board members to understand what conflict of interest would be. And so, for example, I remember when Jim Stuck represented a bank. And so then when we decided that we'd have to do the January organizational meeting and you approve banks, he always recused himself because technically he felt that was a conflict of interest. So making sure everybody understands that conflict of interest is when your personal benefit is impacting your decision, you would recuse yourself. And I'm sure you're all very highly intelligent person, but just for the background of where some of that came into be and where it was put into practice, that's a way that that particular item was utilized in the past.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. I mean, full disclosure, I have 2 kids that power. But yes, that makes sense.
I was reading.
I'm not to vote on things for power, I guess.
I was reading some of the board policy on conflict of interest today, which shows you how little of a life I have in reading the board policy. Anyway, it indicates board members having spouses or children employed by the district, and I've always been an opponent of rules on nepotism, maybe because my wife was a teacher. But we do have, I think, 3 board members who have spouses working for the district. And I just wouldn't want that to be an interference with any decision you make here because you have spouses working for the district. So,
and I think where it seems like we've come to a consensus before in the board is that it's like Steve Bowerman, Jan always worked as an administrative assistant. Bill had the ability to approve a teacher contract because none of our spouses were certified teachers or certified staff. And so that was determined not to be a conflict of interest because the employees were not certified staff.
It would look different if you would approve a contract for our teachers and then a different contract for the
Yes.
that your spouse is working.
Yes, that's my impression at least.
I think I always recused myself when it came to contract with teachers.
When Cindy.
But when Cynthia was teaching,
Sure.
I always recused myself.
Okay.
Would there ever be an instance, I don't have a spouse or anyone that works for the district, where a board member would feel uncomfortable maybe making a decision for fear of repercussions to their family members' employment? I don't know.
It wouldn't be so relevant for a teacher because they're protected by union. It could be relevant for others who are not protected by the union, but they might be. That may be an issue for them to think about. Am I going to my decision be influenced because my spouse has no protection, as the union would have?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I did have a concern, or if anyone here on the board had a concern based on my wife's employment, I would say something, or otherwise please speak up.
Yeah,
I think same. Yeah.
I guess I would just want them to feel their spouses are protected.
Sure.
Even though they're not a member of the union, that their spouses are protected and cannot be fired, demoted, or any punitive action against them because of any decision they make at this board. That's an important concept to understand.
From a legal perspective, there would be a lawsuit. So I appreciate your concern, but from the perspective of what would happen next, the employee would be protected. So yeah, but I do think it's a good point for you to make, Mark, that for those of us that have a spouse that's employed,
if we ever felt that there was a situation, or if someone felt there was a situation, that's when we can say, hey, conversation about whether or not that was something that was clearly a question.
Fair point. Good.
The other note I'd add is on the phrase board openly, conduct business of the board openly. And I think the board knows my feelings around everybody being aware of communication that may be going on with staff, with superintendent, whatever. Now, that's not to say that you can't stop by and talk to Doug and say, hey, what's going on with such and such, and then you don't get the word out to the rest of the board. But when there's situations where there may be communication with committees, where there may be questions that may arise that may impact that are pertinent, and there's some discernment in this, but I think it's important that you err on the side of, I'm going to think about communicating to the board versus not. Err on that side of, I want to make sure everybody in the board is aware of communication and discussion that I'm having, and kind of think about, well, this one doesn't really apply to that, but I'm erring on that side. And I think that's an opportunity for this board to continue to grow and improve. Again, communication through our superintendent, if there's communication with administrators and so forth, communicate out to the whole board. And that's that phrase, openly conduct business, that resonates with me in that regard as well.
Well, there's a tension here. Historically, and history doesn't make you right, but historically we've had open communications across the district. And I think it's a healthy thing in any organization, have a high level of trust and confidence, you have open communications. But we don't want board members undercutting the leadership. I've never seen that happen in my time here. We don't want that to happen. On the other hand, the other extreme, we don't want to create silos where I'm in my silo and I can't talk to anybody unless I talk to everybody or unless I have written permission or some permission. That's the tension I'm feeling here. I have a high confidence level in all the board members to communicate fairly. I think in my term of the board, I've only had one instance where I felt a person would overstep that. And that was when a new board member ordered the superintendent to hire their relative. But that was straightened out. I had a conversation with a person and it ended. It was never a problem again. So, my sense.
I respect your opinion. I think that's been overstepped on this board. With communications to committees, with other communication that has occurred around the superintendent, or specific, and again, the board knows my feelings on this, specific direction to give into committees and so forth, that ought to go through the whole board and ought to go through the superintendent.
Yeah.
So I think there's opportunity for communication.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would never hide anything from anybody though, again, ever.
Can I ask, so Barb, who put this data together?
I put part of it together.
I put part of it together.
And she put part of it.
So you guys talked about it, and somebody asked someone else to put the other part of it together?
I gathered information from the state's website, and I put that together. I had some information about Christian schools, and not a whole lot, as you can see, that's truncated there.
Okay. And so then you asked Barb to finish it? Or
I
something,
sent it to Barb, and then she had information she added to it.
Okay. Okay. I was just curious why the two of you decided to do this without including the rest of us.
Because it was on tonight's agenda.
Okay.
Right, but I think to Andrew's point is what he's saying is this, it was an outside conversation and a decision to put together some information to provide to the board versus President Barb says, we're going to talk about this. And Doug, would you put together some numbers for our enrollment? Or I didn't look at this sheet exactly. But I think Andrew's point's a good one because, again, that gives an impression, and I'm not saying that's the case, it gives the impression that there was a ulterior motive for gathering this information as a couple of people to then present to the rest of the board at the meeting versus as part of our packet.
Right.
And I'm not saying that's the case, but I think what Andrew is pointing out is a very good point. When we talk about open, honest communication in an environment where we already know that there's a perception of trust or lack of trust, those kind of things can cause a perception that's not accurate.
So just when we talk about being prepared for board meetings, this is getting board briefs and looking at a work session agenda and seeing information that's attached and preparing myself and going through. On the weekend, I worked on this.
Well,
You know,
we all
so
did.
that I am-
We all did.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the mortgage rates, inflation rates, some of this, I'm looking at Red Finance, Rocket Home, I put it all down, I've got graphs.
And that's great.
So I'm coming prepared. And you should know, Dawn, I look at a lot of data and I come prepared. Whenever I talk, I'm like, okay, I've spent hours looking at data, looking up stuff, because that's what I do.
Right.
Now, if you want that included, then we can have the work session agenda a week sooner.
No, that's not,
And then
you're missing. You're missing.
But I can't, how do I get it ahead of time, Dawn? I just put it this
Okay. You're not getting what I'm saying. It's not that you put it together for your preparation, but that you worked in conjunction with another board member to create a graph that the two of you wanted to present. So that's what I think Ken is trying to get at, and Andrew was pointing out, that it's not our individual preparations to come to the meeting and have a discussion, but that somewhere Barb talked to Mark, and he said, well, I'll gather that information because we want to have it at the board meeting. And so it wasn't your individual preparation as much as several people deciding to come with data that they both had looked at to then to present to us as a new piece of paper. Now, when I was preparing the code of conduct paperwork, that was all stuff I did on my own. I didn't share it with anybody else until we had the board meeting, and I brought it here. To me, it's either got to be one of the same, either presented to everyone ahead of time, or it's everyone coming prepared with their materials and sharing it, but not 2 or 3 board members working together, all talking about it, and then the rest of the board members see it at the meeting for the discussion.
For the first time.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I guess I should have sent it this morning.
Yeah,
I
or-
apologize.
Yeah, no, I think.
Because I should
and-
have sent it sooner,
and
but
this-
I just didn't have it. We got the work session on Friday.
And this isn't the first time this has happened though. This is since I've been on the board.
So,
this
and
is-
whenever I collect data, do you
Yeah.
want whatever I collected ahead of time?
Only if you're talking with other people on
Yes.
board, please, yes.
Yes.
But if you're doing it by yourself and you don't think it's important for everyone to know at the same time, then you can keep it to yourself. But if you're talking to other board members about it, and then you show up to a meeting and present it to us, I think everyone should have the
So really
opportunity to
don't
have the
talk to
same.
another board. Most of the stuff I've done all on my own.
Okay, that's
So
great.
This one, because Mark
This-
has connections with Christian schools. I don't have
Sure.
that connection.
Okay.
This is a pretty narrow, this is a pretty narrow guardrail you're putting up here.
No.
I don't think so at all, Mark. Here's why. So here's
On a monthly meeting, Barb meets with the superintendent, and I think Nick is there, and they have conversations, and not everything there is shared with the board. I've had conversations, we used to facetiously call ourselves the executive team, and it was not true, but it was Ken and Steve Bowerman and me, and we would go out for beers. The school didn't pay for it, by the way. But we would talk about things, and not everything at those meetings is shared. I think it's a narrow and legalistic bent that you're trying to put on this, Andrew. I don't think it's a reasonable expectation.
Yeah, I need to speak that. I don't think there was anything at a breakfast meeting, and I used to say this as president of the breakfast meeting or in our discussions. I mean, everything eventually needs to come out to the board.
But it doesn't at the breakfast meetings, Ken. I've been going now for 2 years. It doesn't. There's a lot
I
that's
don't agree
discussed
with you,
that
Barb. I
doesn't.
don't agree that there, I mean, things get vetted and reviewed, but everything should come out to the board.
So then let's consider making this into a goal then for improvement, since this is what our goal is. I don't know exactly how we'd word it, but I think if there's ever a doubt that you might be working outside of the group together on something without being given a direction through a committee, let's think twice about doing that without including others and saying, hey, I'm going to put together some information and Mark's going to work on it with me. Everybody okay with that? Or Andrew says, hey, Ken, I just came across this report and I really would like your help to put this together, and tell the rest of the board that's what you're working on. Because then that helps the rest of us to be prepared with information that we might be presented with at the work session and not feel like
I'm not prepared for that, because even though this was part of a discussion, it was additional data that none of the rest of us had seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, to be totally honest with you, Barb, I wasn't prepared, like, I don't know what the sources are for this data. I don't know who called who to get the data.
It's offline, the source is the
Well,
Michigan School data, but you can say the same thing for
No,
our work session.
Sure.
I will be more than happy to send it.
Yeah, no,
So
my point is if I had that information like I did with everything else in the board packet, I'd have the opportunity to ask that question in advance so that the discussion hopefully would be more fruitful. That's all.
I agree.
That's all I'm
So
saying. And then-
I will send what I've composed, because I just did this yesterday.
Yeah.
When I was at
Yeah.
home. This is how I spent my weekend.
And again, it's not on the information itself. It just feels like, I feel like the community, the teachers, some members of the public feel like there is not a lot of transparency.
Mhm.
And I think this is an easy way to hopefully correct that.
Understand fully, just so you know, I do a lot of research and a lot of data. I would ask then in turn for the work session, Dr. Vanderjack, if you can cite where you get your data from. Just because like on the housing data, there was no source, and I was trying to look to see exactly where that came from, to compare with what I had. If we can, just in the future for anything, it'd be helpful. Yeah, no problem.
So is this going to relate to telephone calls?
In what way? Oh, and you mean?
One board member calls another board member. Should that information be shared with the entire board?
I think that if it has to do with, if somebody else speak in, somebody with more experience than me, speak up, but
I think
if you're
Mark-
discussing matters that are on the agenda that you think would be beneficial for other members of the board to know about in order to facilitate the discussion at a meeting, then I think yes. If it's not, like you and I had breakfast, a few weeks ago or whatever, right? I didn't see any problem. There was nothing that we talked about during that meeting that I thought everyone else on the board needed to know.
Yeah, I just am concerned about creating silos where we can't talk to each other without assuming there's a conspiracy going on.
And I think you are taking out of context what Ken and Andrew have said. And this is the whole point of this discussion should be to be better and more productive. And if part of this discussion ends up being, well, what about this? And you're narrowing it down too far, then it's not going to be productive. And if you want to help write a goal for that makes sense to you. But I would like to hear from Nick and from Greg your thoughts. Because if we're going down a bunny trail and there's not a goal to set up here, and you don't see that there's a potential problem here that we can improve on, then we'll end the discussion.
Thank you. I will field a call from anyone at any time. If anyone wants to send me an email, I'll address that at any time. Okay? So anybody on the board who feels that they have a question to ask me or a discussion to have, call me and we'll talk. I'm not going to limit myself to talking to people. I mean, we've gone from
But that's not.
No. You asked me what I thought, and I want to tell you. Okay? They put together some information. I don't have any problem with people bringing information here that could help me make a wise decision. Absolutely none. I don't care if they did it themselves or if a couple people helped them. They're not making the decision. They're providing useful information. That's what we want when we make decisions. So if we get ourselves into a position where, who do I have to call on this? This is just a little tiny thing, but maybe someone will think it's a big thing. That's ridiculous. Okay, no decision is being made outside of this group. They're just presenting information. You can take the information and shove it if you want to. You don't have to listen to it. You can ask where the data came from. I mean, my first thought when I got the data from Dr. Vanderjack was, where did that come from? But I didn't have a conspiracy about it. I asked him tonight, and he told me Robin put it together. Great. That was excellent. But to say that putting this together without talking to all of us is wrong, I'm not gonna buy into that.
And I agree with what you just said. I agree with what you just said. I don't think anybody put together information
Yeah.
to support the board is a problem at all.
Right.
That's what we all do.
Right.
That is, so I think what you just said, I think everyone at this table agrees with.
Okay.
I think what the line that we're drawing here is
Uh-huh.
that when a subset of the board gets together to talk about data that they're gonna present to
Yeah.
the rest of the board,
Yeah.
and the rest of the board doesn't have that information at their fingertips to support the discussion,
Right.
that, whether it's right or wrong, sometimes that paints the picture that there's an agenda, or that there's some other motive.
But hold it, okay.
Yeah.
So I put together this stuff in the census bureau that anybody could have gone, I did it myself, I didn't talk to anybody else, okay? Now, I presented it to you, okay? Now, I don't think I did anything wrong.
You did, thank you.
Okay, but what if I were to talk to Nick about it? Would that have then crossed the line of making this illegitimate?
I think that if you and Nick together talked about it,
Yeah.
and you worked together on it,
Yeah.
and that what you came up with wasn't maybe in a direct alignment with what was
Mhm.
presented in our agenda, I would expect for you to tell the rest of the board in advance.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I could have said, hey, I talked to Nick about this beforehand. Preface my comments with that, and then everything's fine?
I don't know.
See, I
don't think you understand what I'm.
No, the issue is they didn't like that Mark and I talked. Mark had the Christian data, I had the
Okay.
stuff from the website. And we both put the document together.
And I don't recall, you can correct me, Barb, I don't recall having any discussion about the numbers, we just
No,
gathered the
we just
numbers. I
gathered
said,
the
I
data.
have some numbers,
I
you
said
have
it.
some numbers, you put it together. There was no sense of conspiracy that would come here and do this.
Yeah, I guess I'm just having a hard time, Andrew, in understanding. I thought it was a good piece of additional information that I had in front of me when I came here.
I'm not disputing that
Okay.
at all. I
Okay.
totally agree. And again, Greg, I don't think you are understanding what I'm saying.
Okay.
I totally agree that what you presented was
Mhm.
very helpful.
Mhm.
I agree that what Mark and Barb together provided to us is another interesting data point.
Mhm.
My point is, if a subset of our board is gonna collect information together,
Uh-huh.
and whether or not you talk about it, whatever, like, and maybe there's no agenda at all, like, that's fine. There probably isn't, I hope there's not, right? But sometimes it doesn't look that way to people in the community, to the people that took the survey, and the data that we've observed, right? So,
I will just say, as someone who does a lot of homework and looks at a lot of data, I am more than happy to share with you on Mondays, because I usually do it over the weekend. I don't have any issue sending it to you beforehand. No, because I just do
Well,
it.
again, this isn't a we day. This isn't a we day. This is in a context, as Andrew said, where there may be feelings of mistrust on this board. There may be feelings of mistrust between our teachers, the community, whatever, and this board. In that context, you want to over-communicate. You want to say, I've got some information, I developed it with Mark and whatever. I'm going to get that out to the board. I'm going to send it out. Sorry for everybody, it's noon today. Hope you have a minute to look at it. But think about the context in which we're operating. The reason we're going through this, as Dawn has talked about, is that there are right, wrong, good or bad. The reality is there's a feeling of mistrust amongst board members and with outside parties. And so our goals, our objective of going through this is to say, how can we work better? How can we be better as a board? How can we be the best that we can be as a board? How can we be the best that we can be? Because good districts run well with good boards. Good boards, and so that's the context in which we're talking. And so in that context, what can I do? I'm going to err on the side of perhaps over-communication. And in 6 months, we're all sitting here going, gosh, I don't need all that, But think about, it's not a we day, it's a how can we as a board be the best that we can be? In the context of we have to fix this trust issue that that is present on this board and then present with outside groups.
So
That's the
I'll
context.
give you another example. So when I find errors with the data that's presented with us, I've taken it to the person who's put it together. Does the whole board want to be CC'd on that email.
Sure. Yeah, I think.
Sounds like it's relevant, yeah.
I Ken couldn't agree with you more. The context of the situation we're in, we just talked for 15 minutes about this one point. Over communicate. Just do it. But that's what we live in. I think we're all willing to do that. So
And
I hope in 6 months we are sick of the over
we
communication.
want to be,
But
we
because
want to be,
we're collectively stronger.
we want to be a kick butt board
Yeah,
and a
exactly.
kick butt district. That's what we want to be.
And it's
I'll not
easy.
use another word. That's what we want to be.
It's
So
an
this is
easy.
what this is all this about, is a team, is this board is a team.
It's an easy thing to do. That collaboration, that sense of team,
Right.
those are the things that I think we should all strive for.
I mean, I thought, Greg, with our meeting the other night to find out, I thought that was an awesome meeting.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
I thought the questions and the dialogue amongst the three of us was great. I came out of there going, I feel good about working with these two guys on the finance side with that. And we want that whole feeling.
You know, 95% of the issues that we deal with, if not 98%, are 7-0, okay? It just so happens that the issues that we don't see eye to eye on are very deep issues with all of us, okay? And we're going to disagree on those. But we have to treat each other with respect when we do that. Absolutely. And I agree with that. But I have to tell you, I'll be more than willing to call and I got a lot of time, you know, I'm gonna tell you, okay? I'll call you, I'll send you emails, and I don't care.
No, I mean, you and I have had long conversations
Absolutely.
on the phone too.
Absolutely.
And
I value
again,
those.
think about, sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but think about issue content
Yeah,
and think about board governance.
yeah,
They're two different things.
Mhm.
We can agree on issues.
right,
We should not disagree on how we govern as a board.
Right.
And that's what the MASB courses are about. It's all about board governance.
Mhm.
We can disagree over here. We should. We should have healthy discussion and debate. We should be aligned on how we govern as a board.
right.
All right, number 3. I understand and recognize that I alone have no legal authority, but rather our authority, which include actions and decisions as a board, is by majority vote.
Yes. Anyone disagree with that?
No.
Okay.
Well, again,
We're not
Oh,
talking about agreeing or
cautious.
disagreeing.
No, nobody's
Okay.
disagreeing.
Yeah.
Greg. Hold on.
Hold
on.
I am.
Take a breath. Okay, nobody's disagreeing. Think about, I'm talking to the DAC committee.
Sure.
And I'm giving direction to the DAC committee on, we have a person who's not happy, and so you should address the issue this way, this way. That's not proper board governance. And I'm not being personal here, Mark, but that is not proper board governance. We, as we talked about, we as a board gave direction to the DAC, and we said we want to slow down. We want to take a step back, take a breath around diversity activity. Mandy, please, work this out. We want to slow walk this. We want to understand. We want to delve in, like the sex ed committees and those sort of things that we use. So if there is an issue on a committee, it's appropriate to say, Doug, I've heard that, superintendent, I've heard this issue on the committee. It's appropriate to send the communication to the rest of the board, again, in the context of good government. I'm not questioning what you're bringing up in terms of the specific issue that may be on the committee. Good governance, per our policies and per this, as we go through the superintendent, we communicate to the whole board, everybody's informed, everybody's aware, we're aligned through him. It's governance that I'm focused on here, not content. We may disagree on outcomes of the DAC, that's fine. Governance, there should be no light between any of us.
So I'll just go back on that one. That issue was brought forward to Dr. Vanderjack in May or June. Nothing was sent to the entire board at that time. So there was an issue that was brought forward. It was determined not to be addressed at that time and to wait until fall. I don't know if I should have said, hey, board, this is going on. I don't know.
You brought it to the superintendent. That was the right.
Superintendent was made aware of it.
That's the right approach. You're going to the superintendent. What I took issue with was emails that were sent out first to the DAC without the whole board being aware. And if I recall, you can check me on this, but the first emails that I saw, the superintendent wasn't copied.
Well, that's because he already knew about the issue. That
It
was.
doesn't matter,
it was-
doesn't matter. Again, you go
There
back
was
to the
a whole-
superintendent, and again, and again, and again, you go back to the superintendent. And then, doesn't matter if they were informed of it 3 months ago or 2 weeks ago, you go back to the superintendent. And then, okay, I'm talking to a committee chair, and I'm giving opinion, direction, whatever you want to call it, to a committee chair. That's discussion that needs to happen with the whole board. That's proper governance. Always go through the superintendent, even if it's the next day, you go back
So
to
your
the
issue
superintendent.
was he went directly to Mandy where he should have gone to Doug.
Should have
and
gone to Doug
CC'd
first, and it
Mandy.
should have been copied to the whole board. That's appropriate governance. The content, I care, but I don't care, is my point, right? Governance as a board. And when we properly govern as a board, that's what builds trust. That's what our folks in the audience will say, oh, well, Barb disagrees with Nick, or Kim disagrees with Andrew, or whatever. Good, we have a board that has healthy conversation. But boy, when it comes to how they make decisions and how they move forward and how they communicate amongst each other, boy, they're in lockstep. That's appropriate governance. So that's what we've got to work toward. That's what will enable trust. That's what will, and again, in the environment that we're in, over communication is one of the ways, not the only way, but one of the ways we're going to do it.
There's another circumstance which I know has occurred and maybe not in quite that same capacity. But one of the things that I learned early on, and probably Mark, you were the one who taught me.
What was that?
Yeah. When I go to speak to people, I might think I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but when they know my position as a board and talk to me about something relating to the board, I need to be very careful because 90% of the time that person is going to perceive I speak for the board. And so if individuals are invited to speak because they maybe have a position on the board, they may wish to explain to the crowd that their personal opinion is what's being stated. The very fact that they're on the board can give the public a perception that was not intended. And I think we need to be very careful about that. And I remember you sermonizing often.
Oh, unlike me.
Sermonizing often about anything that I want to say personally, that's not your place. We have authority as a board. And I can't say I was perfect, but that is something that I never forgot. And so again, I think we all need to think about when we're sharing our personal opinion, that if that person thinks that you're sharing it as a board member, recognize that no matter what you say before it, like, this is what I think personally. Talking about school business can sometimes get you in a bind of that person thinking that you have some authority that you don't.
I do, yeah, because it is amazing how people think all kinds of different things once you're on the board. How does this relate to, and I know we're not scheduled to talk about 14 tonight, but is 14 specifically about posting on social media?
Yes.
I think it kind of falls in that line. Like, yeah, when you talk, you're representing the group, even if you say you're talking about yourself. But 14 is specifically for social
When we
media.
came up to that, no, specifically social media.
That was an addition a few years ago.
I figured that, just wanted to make sure how it tied in with the question 3.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any comments on number 3? I don't.
Okay, hearing none. Number 4. I will ensure the decisions of the board are supported and enacted, even if I do not personally agree nor possibly voted for the ultimate outcome. Do we? I don't know.
I think we talked about the sinking fund, right? The vote, the situation that we had last spring. I think that was an example of where we came together. We all got on the same page. There were some circumstances that happened before that were a little rough, but I think after we decided and after we voted, we all did that, we all moved on. I think that was an example where maybe at first we didn't all see it the same way, but ultimately we got to the same outcome and we all supported it. So I think that's an example of ultimately doing that well.
And I think we really struggled with that on a couple decisions we made this past year. That even though a decision of the board was made, there was a lot of comments and pushbacks going on and on and on after the vote that could be perceived as not following this.
Could you be more specific?
Ruler. Once we voted to proceed and go ahead, there were definitely some comments made, and it appeared that some of the people in the public had the ear of a board member or two that continued to say that they didn't approve. And even though, again, you might say I personally didn't approve of the vote, once it's done, it's done. We need to move forward. And I can give you a perfect example. Doug was here and you were here. Everybody voted yes on the Sex Education Committee recommendation, except for me. I felt strongly that that particular version at that point in time, I didn't like and didn't think it was appropriate. But the board, 6-1, said yes, we're moving forward. And I went home and had my pity party, but then I supported the curriculum office and the Sex Education Committee board. And that was not easy because, as we all know, just because you vote a certain way on the board does not mean that's always how you feel personally. And there have been plenty of us on this board over the last 3 years who have been trashed for our votes. Some of us made a vote based on laws versus maybe how we felt. And I think sometimes we need to look at it that way. So let's just make sure that when a decision is made, let's not talk out of school and continue to question the decision unless someone's going to make a motion to reverse it. Any comments?
I actually remember that when I brought up the thing on the millage last year, the first thing I said after the 4-3 vote was, hey, I can support what the board is doing. In fact, I think we probably had that on video somewhere. So, yeah. So I guess we've had a couple, I think 3 or 4 4-3 votes, and I didn't agree with a couple of them. I agreed with them, and I haven't had any conversations with people about, people know how we voted. They know how we feel on certain issues. And once a decision is made, we go forward.
I would agree with Doug. I will give you my rationale before I vote on why I have voted the way that I voted.
You said you would agree with Doug.
I agree with
We're 4.5 hours in.
Because Doug hasn't spoken
Yeah, I
yet.
know,
So.
sorry. I agree with Greg. I'll just pick on Ruler. I stated why I was voting the way that I voted, and I said the same thing for the book. I stated why. But after the vote's done, the vote is done, and we move on.
I hate to keep hitting it, but that's just good governance. We've got to move on.
Any other comments on 4? Number 5. I understand my role as a board member centers around hiring and evaluating the superintendent of schools and developing school board of education policy.
I sit on, as you guys all know, I sit on the state board and with board members from all over the state. It's a state board. I mean, everywhere. And it is very easy, and I'm guilty of it too, of getting into the weeds on certain issues when in fact it doesn't fit this, and the state board's charter is a little bit different, but it's the same tone. It's policy. We're here to talk about policy, and we're here to talk about a general statewide board position on a particular vote. But inevitably, discussions will go down into, comparing what people do, just details. It's it's probably a thing of human nature. I'm not going to write across the table. It's just something we have to remember, that we have to stay policy, we stay at a higher level, and then we trust. It's all about trust. We have an awesome team here. And I get the benefit of talking to some board members from other parts of the state. We have a great team that's doing great work as told by the data. And we have to trust that they got the details. I'll take care of it. They'll take care of it. Doesn't mean we'll always agree. Maybe we want to go back and get some more information or something, but they do a great job. Our teaching staff does a great job. So to me, that's about, despite the temptation, when I look at myself in the mirror, staying above, saying, okay, it's about policy, it's about giving input to our superintendent, it's about giving general direction of where the district's going to go, and trust that our team is going to do a great job with it.
I've talked with some other board members from around the state as well, just trying to learn on the fly here, but several of them have said, really, the one guy in particular, I mangled the phrasing exactly, but it's like our board viewed it as we had a one employee district. Our job as the board was to hire and evaluate the superintendent, and everything else flowed from there. Like, that's what I always focused on, is I have one employee that I'm responsible for, and policy. And that's it. If you do those things right, everything's going to work. So I almost wonder, if I'm hearing you right, Ken, it's almost like number 5 needs to be number 1 on the list. It's like, hey, no, this is really the most important things we do. Everything else flows from there.
It's a fair point. Yeah. It's a fair point. Yeah.
Now, they're all 14 are important, but that is like the one for us.
Other comments on 5?
Six.
No, I think we're
Oh,
done.
no.
No, we're happy on 5, please.
Oh.
9:36. Some of us do work full time. I've been at work all
Some of
day.
us want to watch the Lions.
Did we change anything?
From my notes, nothing has changed, but I do think we need to possibly create a goal or flesh out a little bit, number 2. And maybe it's just a matter of reminding us all, if anything, to over-communicate. Let's make sure anything that we have to facilitate a discussion at a board work session, if at all possible, is brought to everyone's attention ahead of time. And even if it's, again, we hate to do stuff right before the meeting, but even if it's, hey, just want to let you know, I just got these stats, I didn't have time to tell right now. And again, being careful that subgroups aren't working on that information ahead of time, because that perception is that there was a goal in mind that the rest of us weren't aware of.
It was not a goal, so I just wanted to say that.
And
So,
no
and
one
I
is
have
saying
no
no.
issue sending all the data that I collect, because as you know, I do a lot of homework, and you do a lot of data. Right? So I have no issue with sending all the data to the board. I will forewarn you, it will probably be on Monday, because I typically do it on Sunday.
And I don't think we necessarily are saying we want more of your data that you're using to prepare for you. But if it's data that you're working with another board member on.
We won't work in, make it sound like we were together.
No, but you know what I'm saying. There's some communication. So I'll work on something, we'll send it around, and we can either say, yep, or we'll say, nope, we don't need to go around that.
Are you moving 5 to 1?
Say it again?
Are you moving 5 to 1?
Do we feel like this, as far as, I don't know if these are in area of importance.
Maybe we have to do this, we sign this again in like March?
Yes.
Or January?
Whenever.
Yeah.
So maybe
think this is a good decision.
Yes, if for some reason we think we need to reorder them, for some reason we can. I don't know that these were put in a particular order when it was created.
And just to be clear, that is, just so we're all clear, that is the purpose of this discussion, right? Is to identify goals for ourselves based on our review of the code of conduct.
I believe so.
I didn't see that. I
I
thought we
didn't
were
see
just
that. I thought we were just
revising,
reviewing the code of
and
conduct.
revising.
No,
But we're gonna make SMART goals.
yeah, remember you sent out that
SMART
email
goals.
about SMART goals, and Andrew said that would be a good thing to do with respect to the code of conduct, if we feel like we need to create goals
Smart
from
goals
that.
were in reference to effective evaluation.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
there
I
was
see-
something
I
else.
guess I see two things. though.
Yeah.
I see, number one, we need to have candid discussion about some of these.
Yes.
Which I think we
Sure.
should. And number two, there may be some revisions that we want to make.
Yes.
And we aired some of that out tonight. Appreciate you taking notes. And then to Andrew's point, in February, March, whenever, when we sign again, we can have that discussion before then and say, hey, let's move 5 to 1.
Yeah.
Let's tweak the wording right here and let's do that. So I think tonight it's capture some of the key themes of the discussion, maybe a change in there, revisit it in the late winter.
Because we're not doing November, we're
Right.
doing 6 through 10 in January.
So I'm looking at the September 19. I just want to make sure, like, if we're going through this process, we better all be aligned, right? So, Barb, your September 19 email is the one that says we're going to look at these goals. We want them to be smart. We're going to look at the code of conduct. They're going to be smart, and then we can develop goals from them. Just want to
I
make
know
sure.
when you have a cold, your
everyone's-
head gets a little fuzzy, right?
Okay. Good.
And one more thing I'll bring up later on, we come back to this. What's missing for me in this is anything that states our accountability and responsibility to the voters of this community. This is all internal. We wouldn't be sitting here, with your exception. We wouldn't be sitting here without the voters of the community. And I think we have to have some sense that we are accountable to them, stated in our code of conduct. I don't know how to state it.
I like that.
But,
So you're saying as part of our board governance code of conduct, we make a statement that we're accountable to the taxpayers who vote for us?
We can work on it. We got
Okay.
I didn't want to do it tonight. I'm sorry.
No.
Does anybody know the Lions score?
Oh,
16 to 7. 16 to 7 at the half.
Oh, we're working here, what?
I'm sorry.
I'm the
So
only one that
let's
didn't know.
do a quick round table. I will start with Mr. Penfold on that.
Lions up 16 to 7 at the half.
Are they up?
Yes. Lions are winning at the half.
So I will say this is one of the longer board meetings that we've had, but I thought it was very, 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 very productive. One of the more productive meetings that we've had in a while when it comes to the goals, when it comes to the SOAR, the presentations that we had from this, the staff here. I don't like it when I have to be home before my kids, when my kids are in bed, but I think this is really productive and this has been an energizing discussion and I think we're in a good place. And we'll continue to get to a good place as long as we continue to work together. So that's it.
Mr. Kings.
That's it.
Hope your surgery goes well in a couple days.
Thank you.
Get on the med clip. We need you here Thursday.
That's right, that's really good thing.
No, thank you for all the work that you've all done putting everything together. Appreciate it.
Yep, very good discussion tonight. Yeah, and thanks for the graphs. Graphs are the ticket for me, at least, when I'm looking at data. So thank you, whoever works hard on those graphs.
I'm good.
You don't need your audit packets. We can use them for other things if you want it to go home and print it. But you would have to do them here.
With that, I will take the motion for adjournment.
I'll move that.
Support.
By Mark, support by Andrew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Please say aye. We are adjourned.
I'm